Check one, check two. That's Jesse. Let's get Kenny in there. What's good, baby? Dr. David, what's happening? Rob Dub, Will Z, leads us. What's up, Miss P? Wonder what continent Miss P's on. What's up, Patrick? Miles, what's good, baby? Warren, Delivery Joe. What's up, Ramsey? Yeah, Ramsey. We'll get to that. We'll get to that little note right there. What else we got here? Kyron, what's good? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Come on in, man. Get comfortable. We've got you covered here for the next 4 hours. It's the Wednesday, May 10th, all NBA edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you're here with us on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM on 98.5 FM KRX QHD2. We welcome those that are watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 in youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're scrolling through your timelines on Twitter or Facebook, we welcome you to hit the thumbs up, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the retweet, do all of that great stuff. But whatever you do, just hang out with us here for the next 4 hours. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. There is plenty to talk about. Of course, we'll get into the games last night. Neither game went the way that I thought. Neither game went the way. What a performance from Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokic, man. What just studs at their positions, man.
MVP candidates showing why in the biggest moments last night.
Just like Joel is having he's having a stretch of basketball here. It's Jesse, take your headphones off. I'm not rooting for the 76ers, man, but it's hard for me not to root for Joel because
I love JoJo.
This advancement to a conference finals, to an NBA finals would mean so much for him. Obviously, everyone's goal is to win a championship, but when you win an MVP, you got so much extra. You got so much more pressure on you when you're in the MVP conversation for 4 straight years. You've got so much more pressure on you when you lose. Prior to the NBA finals, you have so much more pressure on you when you're one of those upper echelon players that Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid are. It's just an added layer of pressure, and both of them performed in 2-2 series at the absolute highest level.
Yeah, I mean, first you talk about JoJo. I mean, I love what he brings to the table because he cares. He cares about all of it. He cares about the winning. He cares about being looked at as the best, being the greatest, in his era or whatever. It all matters to him. It all matters. I love that. I love that. You see him crying coming off the court after a loss. You see him being upset because he wasn't named the MVP. So I saw certain moments last night that embodied that as well. Like it was a random play, like in the second quarter, where I think Harden, it was like a pick and roll or pick and pop or something like that. Harden got the ball to JoJo in the middle of the painted area, as Hubie Brown would say. Got him the ball there. They collapsed on JoJo. He kicked it out to Tobias. Tobias hit a 3, and the ball goes through, and Joel just pumps his fist like, "Let's go." But like it was 8 minutes to go in the second quarter or something like that. But it matters. Like He's locked in. It all matters. He lives and dies with his teammates and whether they're winning or losing. And I love that. I love seeing that from him. And then
Well,
obviously you got Jokic afterwards.
Well, you
It's
talk about
crazy.
that moment. I don't want to leave Joe yet. You talk about that moment, like Tobias hitting. Look at the night Tobias had. Look at the night Tyrese Maxey had.
Tyrone Maxey.
Tyrone Maxey, excuse me.
I don't know why Charles called that man.
Well, he called Tobias Harrison, and that's the one I kept thinking about. Like, did he call that man Tobias Harrison?
Tobias Harrison. I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, he called him Tobias Harrison, and anyways, I thought it was going to take a 30-point performance from James Harden, who I thought had a solid game. You know, he had one of those kind of distributor James Harden games, you know, flirted with a triple-double for most of it, but Maxey was the 30-point guy last night who got it done. And it was performances from all over that Philadelphia 76ers team. I'm mad I missed Tyrone Maxey. I need a clip of that. I need a clip of that.
He was saying it on and I don't know if he tried
there's got to be a reel of Charles getting names wrong.
I don't know if he was trying to play it off or like I know Charles knows his name is Tyrese Maxey, but he called him Tyrone for whatever reason.
I need the reel.
And then he said, "Oh no, you know, he's hitting shots like a Tyrone last night or what." It's like, nah, bro.
Tyrone got a jumper? Like what?
I guess
what,
so.
Chuck? We'll talk more about the Philadelphia 76ers.
Then he said, real quick. Then he said, he was like, "Oh, I know his mom, Mrs. Halliburton. I mean,
what? Oh man.
Talking is hard sometimes.
It can be. It can be.
Been there, done that. Aftermath.
And we'll do it again too. So we'll dive into all of those games as the day goes along. Of course, there's games tonight as well that we can dive into. All NBA announcements coming up today, 4:00. We were hoping they would come out earlier like they did this week, but those are television announcements that are coming up on TNT right as this live show comes to a conclusion. It feels like Domas is a no-brainer in this conversation. I don't know as much if De'Aaron is a no-brainer because I think we saw what it might really boil down to is, do voters take into account the new collective bargaining agreement rules? Remember the 68?
I think it was 68.
The 68 games isn't in effect for this. It's in effect next year, but it's out there. And voters know that it's out there. So when it's time to vote Dame Lillard, who I think played 56, 57, 58, somewhere around there. Steph, who played 56, 57, 58. Does it come into play when you're talking about those two guys, or the fact that Steph is still playing? Does that come into play? I don't know when. I'm sure those were cast on the last day of the regular season, but De'Aaron, I'm not as sure about as I am Domas.
Yeah, I look at De'Aaron's situation, and I feel like he should be on there. He should be on one of the 3 All-NBA teams. But I think what you talked about, the minimum games comes into play. And I really think it comes down, like after that, say they let all the guys on that didn't play a whole lot of games. I think it comes down to him or Ja. And I feel like there's a little bit more momentum for Fox to get on this year than Ja. Because if you look at I'm just naming 2 at a time, not saying first or second team, but Shea, Donovan, they'll give it to Luka. Luka will be on there as a guard, I'm assuming. Dame Lillard. And then you come to,
but Dame, I wouldn't say that Dame Lillard's a sure thing, because he's one of those games with the lower. He's one of those guys.
I'm assuming they let those guys on.
Okay.
And when I say that,
so you didn't say Steph yet.
Steph is on there.
Okay.
Steph and Ja and Fox, and that's where I say it comes down to Fox and Ja.
Gotcha.
Am I missing any other guards?
I don't think so because you said Shea, Luka, Donovan, Dame, Steph,
and
Shea,
Ja
De'Aaron.
Fox.
Or
So-
we already said Shea. Yeah, Ja.
So I
Fox.
think I'm gonna assume they let those guys on. It's kind of
Well, SGA
yeah,
is going to make it.
SGA
So,
definitely
yeah,
gonna
he's
make
gonna
it,
make it.
and he deserves to make it. It's kind of crazy that we got two guys that didn't make the playoffs that are supposedly shoe-ins. When you talk about Dame
And Shea.
and Dame and Luka.
Oh, Dame. Yeah.
I know Shea didn't make the playoffs, but he got in the play-in. I'm the postseason,
Okay.
right? Those two didn't even make the play-in.
No, they didn't.
Yeah,
I mean, if we're really, that's three guys that didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah,
we could change the wording to postseason if we want to, but we're moving goalposts and changing the curve here when we're talking about playoffs and postseason because
and changing it from previous years when
De'Aaron was a 3 seed.
Yeah,
like he was a 3 seed.
100%. But we're changing it from when De'Aaron didn't get on in previous years because he had all NBA caliber years, but they would say, "Oh, he's not winning." But now, if Dame's not winning, if Luka's not winning, and to further your point, if SGA's not winning, it's okay because the numbers.
And it's fascinating
how
that stuff is covered. That like the Kings not winning was De'Aaron's fault,
right?
But the Mavericks aren't winning, and that's not that's the
Kyrie
organization's fault.
Kyrie came and messed it up.
Boy, that's rich.
That's what happened.
Boy.
Kyrie came and messed everything up.
What about Dame? Everybody loves Dame. It ain't his fault though.
No,
I mean, and in reality, it isn't.
No, you say
it's not.
You say that saying in each case it's not the individual
exactly.
fault. It wasn't De'Aaron's fault.
But you were quick to blame
Dame's
De'Aaron
fault.
Fox. Dame ain't a winner. De'Aaron ain't a winner. Luka ain't a winner. None of them can make it. Okay. You see how ridiculous that sounds, but it wasn't ridiculous to them when they were just saying it was De'Aaron.
Yeah. I think De'Aaron should get in there. I see a lot of people in here talking about Devin Booker too. I think Devin, I don't even know how many games did Devin play. I feel like he played less than Steph and Dame.
Nah, Devin, I think
he's around the 50s.
Yeah, I think that is correct.
And that would keep him. That's the only thing that would keep him off. Devin is a all NBA caliber player. He had all NBA caliber numbers, but I think he's in the 50s with his games played.
I feel like he is the lowest of the three. He's 53.
Yeah, and
he's 53. That's
even
tough.
Even without the rule being in place, you kind of got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, if that's the case, Kevin Durant would be all NBA, and I don't think he's going to be all NBA this year.
Dame was 58.
Damn, Dame didn't even get to 60.
And Steph was 56.
Oh, none of them got to 60.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
No, none of them.
Wow.
But again, that rule does not come into place till next year. But it was out public before the end of the regular season, before these votes would have been cast.
And even the rule, like just the mindset, people were talking about that before they even said they were negotiating a new CBA. Like people were like, can you put Steph on there because he has it was already the mindset. So
Steph not being an all NBA, it'll be weird. Admittedly, it'll be weird if those guys aren't on it.
Yeah.
Like Steph had an incredible season. Dame had an incredible season. But
Luka had an incredible season. Luka has the numbers and is everything too. But I know you're talking about games missed, but I'm also putting in there the missed playoffs as well.
Yeah. Well, Luka's making it regardless. There's no question. I really don't know.
He get on.
Probably.
Luka could play 5 games and they win 14.
What an electric 5 games he played. My goodness.
I also see a lot of people asking about Jaylen Brown. I think they'll have him as a forward.
Okay.
Because honestly, I'm not sure he gets on as a guard. And I think enough people will vote him as a forward.
Oh, we'll find out.
They might put Sabonis at a forward too.
Jesse, which would be ridiculous. It'd be ridiculous, but okay. Jesse asked an interesting question in our notes about the Kings that I want to run by you. And I came across a few things. I'm sure a lot of people saw The Athletic. The Athletic managed to piss off the entire fan base yesterday. And I just have a note for content creators like our brothers over there at The Athletic. So we'll give that to you. We're just getting started. There's plenty more to talk about here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I'm going to try something out. Stream, so just ignore me for a second.
Miss Fox, if I'm got it correct, I believe is the All NBA the one that there's 100 media members, or is that MVP?
It's this isn't it the same group?
It probably
I think it's the
is.
same group.
It probably is.
Yeah, it's a bunch of writers and broadcasters.
Yeah. But you also got guys like Mark Spears. I know he has a vote for MVP and stuff. He's one of the guys who doesn't vote on All NBA. He said, I'm not getting involved in that because it's linked up to people's contracts and their monies and stuff like that. So he's been very vocal saying, I don't vote All NBA. Which is also very strange. I don't know the perfect scenario to do it, but yeah, your extra $30 million is based on what a writer thinks who may or may not have even seen 5 games of you this year.
Yep.
And then you got people who like do weird stuff to just go against the grain for no reason. But your extra $20-30 million is in the hands of those people voting. So that's, like I said, I don't know what the perfect system.
And the problem is too, like if you put it in the hands of players have also shown that they don't take it seriously.
They just throw anything out there. So
leave it to a Twitter vote.
Do that. Thinking about moving the camera to this computer, so the background, so I hate the angles. The angle kills me. Like I hate being angled. Whereas if it was here, it'd be right behind.
Right behind,
the wall. It would just be the straight wall behind me. But I was trying to check, but that cord is so damn short, I can't move it over there. This one is so short, I can't move it.
I fell asleep watching hockey last night. The Kraken and the Stars. I only watched for about 5 minutes before I went to sleep.
Was it a replay?
Yeah, well, yeah, because it was about 11 or so. Kraken were getting smacked up. I don't know what happened. I don't know if they came back or what, but they were getting smacked up. That's a tough one because I don't like anything Dallas and I don't like anything Seattle. So I don't know who I'd be rooting for in that one. I knew Ramsey would know. Thank you, Ramsey. 6-3 Stars over the Kraken. Dr. David, I watch a little playoff hockey. Every now and then.
Yeah, playoff hockey's fun.
Hockey live is probably the best sport to watch.
I've never been to a hockey match. That's what everybody says.
I've heard.
The Sharks, when they used to be good, those games used to be lit all the time.
Seems cold in there. I was at a
oh, it's definitely cold in there.
I was in downtown LA. I was in LA Live the night the Kings won the Stanley Cup. Because I was working down the street from Staples and it was like a Friday. I was like, let me go to I watched it in the bar at the well,
damn,
there you go.
Did him dirty.
Nobody will ever know.
Nope, no one will ever know. Jesse asked something in our notes. It kind of caught my attention. He asked if the Kings could be considered a championship contender if they don't make a huge trade this year. And the first thing I thought is they could make a huge trade. They're not going to be considered a championship contender. I think championship. I think when you get into preseason stuff and people talk about like championship contenders, unless the a trade is for like a mega upper room star, you're not going to get. They're not going to be considered a championship.
I don't think so either. That's what
contender.
I would think about when you said that. I mean, if they were able to pull off a Donovan Mitchell type trade, then I think they'd be considered. But I don't.
Yeah, it would it would have to be a
massive.
So like it couldn't be Pascal Siakam. With all due, I'm not trying to be funny.
It might be Pascal Siakam.
I don't think so.
It might.
I don't think so.
If they added Pascal Siakam, I think they might be looked at as a championship contender.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It could. I don't think it could be Siakam or OG or it.
OG, no.
Pascal, it'd have to be.
Yeah, Pascal's a multiple-time All-Star.
I don't think it'd have to be like. Obviously, this isn't gonna. It'd have to be Donovan or a player of that ilk. It'd have to be that. It'd have to be it'd have to be one of those. What do we say? There's 8 guys, 8 to 10 guys that the national media watches. It'd have to be one of those guys. That's the only way the Kings would be a title contender.
I think, yeah.
Considered a title contender.
I agree with you, and I agree with you. I feel Pascal is a little closer to Donovan than maybe you think, but I agree with you.
I don't think so. I don't think Siakam is a guy that they're tuning
Siakam.
in.
Oh, they love Siakam.
I don't see that. I don't see that at all.
All the Wendy's and the Tim McMahon, because they watch that. They watch the Raptors. They love Siakam.
Man, really? The Raptors are on the must-watch list?
They watch them. Absolutely, they watch. I mean, they're on the East Coast.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess there's that.
And they play the Bostons and the New Yorks and the Phillies all the time.
So yeah, that's a good point.
They watch Toronto a lot.
That's a good point. I just don't see him as one of those guys that gets it. I don't think I think the Kings can go into training camp feeling great about their opportunity to compete in the West and represent the West, regardless of what they do this offseason. Jesse's question, I think, was more from the outside. Will people have a higher viewpoint of the Sacramento Kings team after the season that they had? And would they need to pull a major trade to really get everyone's attention? Now, I think they can get everyone's attention with a major trade, but I still don't think they'd be considered championship contenders unless that major trade was for me, it's a very small handful of players.
I understand. I get you. One of the things I keep thinking about, like as far as how people look at them, is they probably kind of look at them like the Hornets, Charlotte Hornets when they had Kemba, the Washington Wizards when they had Gill and Deshaun Stevenson. You know, good team.
Well, that Wizards team, they were going to the playoffs over and over again, weren't they?
Yeah, but I don't know if they were ever viewed as championship contenders.
Oh, I got you.
And they were really good. That Hornets team, I don't think they ever got out of the first round. But I think, I'm not even saying that's who they are. I think that's how they're perceived around the league. Like, even when you say future's bright, like future's bright to keep going to the playoffs, but I don't think they'll be like future's bright, like they could be a true contender.
And I'm not trying to be funny. I do not remember. Was Memphis a title contender at the start of this season?
Yeah.
They were?
Yeah. People had them. Yeah, some people thought they were a title contender.
I mean, they were second. I mean, that's not outrageous. They were second in the West. But that's
just come off a second round matchup with the Warriors.
And that's the status of Ja that carried that.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I mean, I would say yes.
Okay. I thought that was an interesting question. That got me thinking quite a bit. I stumbled across the Bleacher Report article. Now, I know.
They be wilding, but
so like to tell the whole story, the article was about, you know, things that might happen this offseason. They're probably not, but it's not improbable that they do. For like one example, Draymond Green Draymond Green will play for someone other than the Golden State Warriors.
Hmm.
It's like, that's hard to imagine, but it's really possible. Here's why it's possible. So that was kind of the gist of the article. And I was surprised to stumble across Sacramento. And Sacramento could throw a wrench into Portland's plans. And I thought, did Kenny Caraway write this article? Is Dame Lillard coming to Sacramento? Is it finally happening? The epiphany is happening. What they proposed, though, was the belief that, and I think a lot of people share this belief, definitely not saying everybody. I think a lot of people share the belief that Jerami Grant might be the player most fit for Sacramento.
Mm.
And that was the crux of their discussion.
That makes sense.
That if Sacramento could get creative in terms of shedding a little bit more cap space, which would essentially be Richaun Holmes, renouncing the rights to Harrison Barnes, you could potentially, be in the conversation for Jerami Grant. Now that's that money, that's $30 million. Do you think Jerami Grant is a $30 million a year player? But I thought that was interesting because I think a lot of people are under the belief Jerami Grant's probably going back to Portland. It seems to make sense. Like, Portland really hasn't picked a direction, though I don't think they're shedding everything. Like, I believe they're going to continue to try to amplify this team around Dame Lillard as much as they can until Dame Lillard says, dude, forget it. This isn't going to work. But I thought that caught my attention a little bit.
Yeah, and that's interesting because when you think about, is Jerami Grant a $30 million a year player? Probably not. But if it's $30 million a year and it gets you locked into the playoffs for the duration of that contract, and depending on how people grow and get better and the cohesion of that unit that you put together, it could get you as a potential finals team, as a conference finals team. It may be worth the extra $10 million because you would think you'd want to play like $20 million. You'd be willing to pay $20 million to all these other guys that we've talked about, right? That's your budget, right? You want to keep it at 20. But if Jerami Grant could damn near guarantee you all those things that I talked about, is it worth an extra $10 million? I don't know. Maybe. Because $30 million on the surface sounds kind of crazy for Jerami Grant. But if it gets you into that next tier, that consistent tier of teams that can be championship contenders, it might be worth it.
Jerami Grant has one of the more fascinating NBA career profiles in terms of, call him a big player, like a player that's coveted, I think, within the league. I think most people who watched, maybe Philadelphia, like I remember the rumblings really starting when he was with Oklahoma City, that he was being underutilized. And part of that, I think, was Carmelo Anthony and trying to work that all there. I like Carmelo Anthony a lot. It felt like Jerami Grant worked better with that team in the starting lineup, and perhaps you could have done something with Carmelo coming off the bench. That was a different time in Carmelo's career. That didn't work out for anybody. But when he started being utilized more, you saw those numbers start to tick like way up from single, point averages up until 13, up until he finally got to 22, 19, and then 20, where he was this year. But he really is he's a fascinating player to me. 47% from the field, 40% from three, 20.5 points per game, played 63 games this year, started all of them.
He's somebody that I know I haven't talked about that much, just because I guess I'm not really expecting him to leave or to be available. But I mean, he absolutely feels like a perfect fit for what they're trying to do. Now, one of the things that I look at, and it's not an exact science, is, he's averaging 19, 20 points per game, but he's able to do that on almost 15 shots a game. I don't know if he's getting 15 shots a game here. Harrison got 9.6 shots a game.
But did Harrison get 9 shots per game, or did Harrison just take 9 shots per game?
A little bit of both. But you're also,
because even if you split the difference, are we talking like 12.5 to 13?
Maybe, but we're also expecting the other dilemma with that is we're expecting Keegan to tick up. And
do you have Keegan's in front of you?
Look real quick. We're expecting Keegan to elevate his aggressiveness on the offensive end. He took 9.8 shots a game. So I think the way we talk about him and the way James Ham says the Kings feel about him, probably look for that to go to like 13 to 15 a game shot attempts. This upcoming season. So if Jerami can do close to those numbers with lesser shot attempts, he'd be a heck of a fit. Where was he on Willsie's list? Do you know? Do you have it in front of you?
I have
in the chat. In the chatty house says Grant hit his wide open threes at a 48.4% clip last season. Yeah, give me that. That's what he says. I agree. Give me that. If he's hitting wide open threes at that clip,
so Jerami Grant's
number 2.
See, he's updated his list because Jerami Grant. Oh no, he didn't. I just can't see it. Yeah, Jerami Grant was 2. Cam Johnson was 1. Jerami Grant was 2. Brooke Lopez was 3. At least on this list that I have in front of me.
Would you break the bank for Jerami Grant? 27.
So,
let's just say like 27, 28 million a year.
What if Cam Johnson was $8 million cheaper? Would you still rather have Cam Johnson? Because that was your guy.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Cam Johnson over Jerami Grant?
The funny thing is, and when we broke it all down, felt like Cam was a little younger than what he was, right? Or what he is. He's 27. Feels like he's like 24, 25.
And Jeremy's 29.
Yeah. I think that's a tough one. I think
that man's birthday is unknown.
Whose?
It says 1994. Oh, there he is. March 12th, 1994.
Who's Jerami Grant?
Like, wait a minute. Yeah. I was like, where's his birthday? Like, there it is, March 12th.
My first thought is I'd take him without like really diving into the numbers and the fit and all that, too deep. My first thought is I would take Cam for cheaper.
What if they cost the same? What if they were both 28 million?
Whew. They're both 20. I mean, I might go with Jerami because I've seen him be a 20-point per game scorer. I think Cam has that type of ability, but
for Brooklyn,
mm-hmm.
Cam scored 16.6 points per game on 46% shooting, 37% from 3, 12 shot attempts to get that 16.
And to be fair, I feel like that's what, and I'm just projecting, but that's what Jerami Grant would provide. His shot attempts will go down. His points per game would probably go down. It'd probably go down to about 16, 17 a game on 15, 16 shots. Because right now he's at
16?
20. Oh, I take that back. I was reading them wrong. So he's at 20 a game on 14 and a half shots. Jerami Grant is this past season.
Oh, I had him. I had him at 16. That's my bad.
So yeah, that's my bad too. So I take that all back. If he's getting 15 shots a night, maybe he can get to that 20 a game here in Sacramento.
Okay.
Yeah,
14 and a half.
I was reading it all wrong. I was on another page, I guess, or something, but 14.5 shot attempts, 20.5 points per game. The year before, 14.9 shot attempts, 19.2.
Here's another question. Why? Well, I get, is it, if you're Portland, you essentially acquired him for like you didn't lose anything in this. I guess it all depends on like what is your motivation moving forward.
Yeah,
Because I'm just trying, like, you stunk last year, and you don't have the Dame Lillard out 60 games thing to hang your hat on this time.
Right.
Again, Dame Lillard missed time, but not like he did the year before, where he missed a ton of time.
Right.
I just don't know. I don't know what direction Portland is looking.
If I was Portland, I would not pay Jerami Grant $27 to $30 million a year.
Jerami Grant is almost like their Harrison Barnes in relation to your heel turn yesterday when you posed the question of, like, is this our best chance to get better? Like, are we getting better if we sign Jerami Grant to a 4-year contract for $120, $30 million or whatever? Are we getting better in that sense? Well, you had him. Not only did you have him, you had him in a year he was trying to prove something, and you didn't make the playoffs.
And right.
And we could talk about the growth of Shaden and the growth of Anthony Simons and some of their guys, like, for sure. But how does Jerami Grant factor into all of that?
And right. And if I'm talking, I mean, is this opportunity to get better? Yeah, probably better to the 9th seed. You know what I mean? Like, to your point, the Kings talking about getting better from Harrison Barnes, and the Blazers talking about getting better. Is this our opportunity to sign Jerami Grant and get better? Are two different betters. The Kings are like, we can get better and win a championship. The Blazers get better and
I'm just talking about improving, like, for like Portland's ability to not miss the playoffs next year.
But it's not enough. Like, if I'm Portland, that's not enough. Like, yeah.
Well, my point was signing Jerami Grant's not enough.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what I'm saying. Signing him and bringing in, one other person or Dame playing or whatever, that's going to get you better. That's not worth $30 million to me. Like, where you would end up. You would end up 8th seed maybe. They were 13th this year.
And in Dame's contract next year, like $80 million or something crazy.
Like, it's not worth it. And then you say, all right, maybe they make a deal. I don't know how you make a deal if you're Portland to bring in like another star. It's not. And
that's why
I wouldn't pay him.
I feel like he becomes the John Collins, whether fair or not. I feel like if Jerami Grant signs with Portland, it becomes the John Collins, where every trade deadline, every offseason, you're hearing all of these Jerami Grant rumors, just like you did in Detroit. But you're hearing all of these Jerami Grant rumors, and, well, if they can't unload the Blazers decided again. I feel like he becomes the new version of John Collins.
And that might be a reason to sign him, because you can feel like you can always move him if you want to.
$45.6 million is how much money Dame makes.
Is that the start of the extension? Or is this year the start of the extension?
So he has 48.3 left. So the contract extension doesn't kick in until the end of the 24-25 season.
Started yet? And what is it? Is it like, it's another 2 years or something, right?
58.5 and 63.2. So it was one of those. I think Harden did this deal too. I think Russ might have done it too. I don't think this deal has been done a lot, but I think James has talked about the renegotiate and extend type thing. Like, I think that's what it was, after, I'm sure, earning some honors where they just tacked years onto his contract. But it's estimated at 58.4. That's going to be 36.7% of the league salary cap.
So here's the other funny thing about Jerami Grant.
I got to do career earnings with Dame Lillard. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh man, my guess off the top of my head. Are we including this contract?
11 seasons. We can include this contract if you want.
I think that takes him to 400.
11. So let me do this right. 11 plus 4 would be 15. So 15 seasons. the highest earning year will be the 26-27 season at $63.2 million.
Bro, I'm saying 435.
435. Jesse, you want in on this?
Let me get 448.
448. The number is, ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Tapia. The number is $449 million.
Wow, that's phenomenal. That's a great job by Jesse.
Even more amazing. Again, $449 million. You got that number. That's the 15 season number. That's after the extension.
Yeah.
The 11 season number, like where he's at right now,
Is 300.
no, it's 233.
Wow.
So the right now number is 233. The 4 seasons from now number is 449.
Wow. Jeez. Woo wee.
This dude has made $233 million in his career and is still about to enter a
he ain't
different
done
tax
yet.
bracket.
Yeah, he about to take it to a whole nother level.
Oh, damn.
Did you see that? Did you
Man.
see the I don't know how true the story is. I just saw it on Twitter, so take it for a grain of salt. But
That's always a good way to lead into a radio show. I don't know if this is true or not, but we're going to say it.
It was a report that Jason Tatum doesn't spend any of his NBA contract money.
I saw that today too.
You saw that?
Yeah.
He doesn't spend any of it. He's keeping that for his generational wealth. And he lives a little below his means, so to speak, and spends just the endorsement money. I'm sure
I've heard that a lot.
His Jordan contract is probably 8 figures.
Yeah, it's right here. Tatum, and Tatum said his mom is his manager and helps handle his finances. One of her rules is that Tatum can only spend his endorsement money and not his NBA earnings.
He's probably getting 8 figures from Jordan and Gatorade.
8 figures?
Is that a little too much?
Oh, I don't think Jordan pays that much.
I mean, 8 figures.
Eight figures
for the
per year?
totality? No, I'm saying the totality.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of the trade-off with Jordan. The brand's more exclusive, but like you don't get those deals like KD got with Nike.
Mm-hmm.
Those aren't the same thing. You kind of Jordan for life. I know there's someone else, and I cannot remember who it was, that didn't spend their
NBA
league
checks,
money. Yeah, I think it was the NBA, but they only spent.
Marshawn Lynch has done that before. I know Rob Gronkowski said he did that too. I don't know about other NBA guys, but I know those two guys did.
Did Chad Johnson say he did something like that?
He said he says that he used to sleep at the Bengals stadium for like the first 2 years of his career, saving money that way.
And he did the whole thing with the Prius, and and he came out and said, every time you saw me with jewelry, it was fake jewelry.
I've heard that line before. I've heard a prominent WNBA player who had really high-end taste would say with like bags, jewelry, no, I have a Louis Vuitton bag. I have a, diamond, whatever watch, right. The rest of the stuff, but because you have enough, because you have enough, because you have the couple of pieces, no one's going to question you.
Right.
I'm going to walk. I have a $4,000 bag. I don't have 6 $4,000 bags. Like, what type of idiot you think I am?
Right. That's a smart way to do it, man. That's a smart way to do it. There was also another story about Jared Vanderbilt buying an outfit and wearing it for like the walk-in, returned it the next day.
I think that's real too. That's not even a story. Like, that's real. He really did that. Because I think it was like the store owner or something like that. I was like, why would you do this?
That is awesome. That's what I was thinking about doing for our August event. We got to go out for the August event. I'm taking that joint back the next day. Going all out for our August event. We'll come back. We will trying to figure out how much Tatum makes. Tatum has endorsements with Jordan Brand, Subway, Gatorade, among others.
Another one with what's the one he's doing with Mike Breen right now? What is that?
Oh, who is it? Yeah, Mike Breen is the commentator.
Yeah.
It's not Hulu Live, YouTube Live. Is it one of those?
Might be one of those.
I like that commercial. That's a good commercial. We'll come back. The Athletic managed to piss off the entire Kings fan base yesterday. We'll talk about that. Also, you'll hear from Mike Brown. Mike Brown talking about Sasha. He was there for the final was last night, but yesterday.
It was their round. It was like their quarterfinal round.
Okay.
Like that.
Anyway, Mike Brown's there.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear from him, and we've talked a lot about players. Well, I've got a question, and it involves the coaching staff, and we'll talk about that when dealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
We're talking about Dame and his career earnings and stuff. Brad Bill's at 220 right now. He'll finish at 430.
Wow. And Brad Bill, who I love, really hasn't done much of anything.
He'll finish at 220, you said?
No, he's at 220 right now. He'll finish at 430.
And like, unless he's there's not much that's going to go on in his career.
He's not he's way better talent wise and stuff like that, but is he like the NBA's version of Sam Bradford as far as like all-time bad getter?
No.
Or is that Tobias Harris maybe?
No. Both of those players are way better than Sam Bradford was. Sam Bradford was getting paid to basically huge money, basically to be a fill-in quarterback. Brad's not a fill-in.
What's Tobias's career?
Let me check. I think he's at least 200, I think.
It's not far off.
I got
Tobias
spots
is
right.
like the fourth best player on every team he's on.
Tobias.
And compare that to the fact that he's going to make. I'm gonna say 235.
Tobias's career earnings are. Jesse, you got it pulled up? Or you got to guess?
I got it pulled up.
Okay. What'd you say it was?
235.
I'll give you next year. He's earning 39.2. That puts his career earnings at $248.5 million.
And he's gonna get another contract. He's gonna get like another $80 million contract.
His last contract with the 76ers got him 30, 34, 35, 37, and 39.
I mean, wasn't Tobias getting a max deal at one point just because no one else can get it? He just had to get a max deal.
I don't think he was one of those guys. I think
That contract. That's a max contract, ain't it?
No, yeah, but I don't think it was he's not
he's
Timofey Mozgov. I don't think he's that.
That was crazy. I like Tobias.
No, I thought he got a bigger deal before his Philly one. So
that's the biggest deal he got. Yeah, that's the biggest deal he got.
He's gonna get like a $60 million deal at least.
So is he the Sam Bradford version in the NBA?
Man, that just does not. That doesn't.
It's not about
feel fair.
It's not about talent though. It's just about getting the bag when maybe you're talent.
Also,
Bradford literally got that money sometimes and didn't play.
Yeah, Bradford actually, but he was actually kind of solid sometimes too.
I've done the Sam Bradford gimmick so many times. Look, it even popped up in the search engine. I've searched this name so many damn times.
Terrence says Kirk Cousins. No, Kurt actually produces too.
No, Bradford's the one. Sam Bradford, 9 NFL seasons, $130 million in earned NFL money. That's not the Monopoly version. That's the money he made. Sam was Sam the last of the rookie without the pay scale?
Yeah, I think he was the last one to get
He was
that.
the very last one, right?
I feel like he was.
Okay.
And just for reference to the radio side, we're talking about this because Jesse asked if.
Yeah, I basically.
We don't need to say the NBA players, but who's the Sam Bradford as far as like getting the bag with being like the lowest talented player? I don't even know if that's the right word, but lowest accomplished player. Who is and that's how we look at Sam Bradford. Who is the NBA equivalent?
Sam Bradford just got money upon money. Sam Bradford made $21 million with the Minnesota Vikings.
So, but here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say about Sam Bradford. I don't think he's like lived up to those contracts at all. But if you look at his numbers, Like they're not bad at
No,
all.
but
They're actually are to buy.
Sam did get traded for a first round pick at one point, didn't he?
he did. I think that was that the Eagles.
I think.
Was that no, that might have been Minnesota. That was when Teddy got hurt.
Yeah, it might have been Minnesota. In that year,
Teddy got hurt. They had to go get a quarterback right away.
And he got traded, so maybe he didn't get the bag that year. Maybe he got it the next year. But that year, which was a contract year or whatever, he led the league in completion percentage, 71.6%.
How many yards did he throw for?
38.77. 20 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
So that's the thing. Like he got like quarterback money for being a stopgap quarterback on like 4 teams.
38.77 is that's really good. That's like, we go crazy over a 4,000 yard season.
No, we go crazy over a 5,000 yard season. We don't go crazy over a 4,000 yard season.
I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I got
Well, no, those are the numbers. No,
because it feels
the
no,
number.
it feels
The,
like
the marker's
4,000
5,000. The marker is not 4,000. It's 5,000 for like a crazy season.
4,000.
It's fine. It's
4,000
it's
is
a good
like
year.
top 10.
Okay.
I'm like I said, I could have it wrong, but I feel like 4,000 is like a top 10 in passing yards in a season.
Was Sam Bradford ever the guy?
No, I agree with everybody that he made more money than what he was worth, but
that's the point of the discussion. It's not that Sam Bradford's a scrub.
But no, it was because we brought up Tobias Harris. And you're like, I think
you didn't
Tobias
bring that
Harris...
up on the radio. You were trying to avoid it a second ago. Like,
well, the other guys who I will avoid. I won't bring up the other guy's name. But we brought up Tobias Harris. You're like, I think Tobias Harris is a little better than that. I mean, that's about right. What Sam Bradford did when he was able to play, that's about what Tobias Harris has been in his career.
Yeah, it's like a bag to talent ratio. I think Tobias matches that.
Jesse Tapia's bag to talent eye test. It's gonna be a new gimmick. I love that. The bag to talent eye test. The NFL schedule is already leaking out prior to their big release day tomorrow. Their little stooges really wanted you to believe tomorrow was a big day, a huge day for the NFL. Meanwhile, all morning long, the schedule has been getting leaked. The Europe games are out.
I haven't seen all of them. Are there any interesting ones?
The Black Friday game is
Come
out.
on,
No,
Come on.
no, none of this is interesting.
Why are they playing?
They
on the day
want
after
this
Thanksgiving, bro?
to be such a big deal. And we'll probably know 95% of the schedule before we go to bed tonight. We'll know the rest of the schedule when we wake up.
NFL is kind of trash for putting that game on Black Friday. That's college football.
That's bag to interest ratio.
Yeah, and I can't. Well,
'Cause
that's the whole thing. That's why I can't say like they're wrong for doing it because they're going to make a lot of money. And I guess if that's all you're worried about, mission accomplished. Like they're going to get good ratings. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going.
You gonna have to convince me on the good ratings thing.
They'll get good ratings.
This is an Amazon Prime game, isn't it? That's the whole point. They're going to be serving you ads for the Dustbuster you were looking at the other day.
I've given up combating that. They get good ratings for the stupidest stuff.
Did Amazon do well?
I don't know for sure off the top of my head. I'm sure.
Well, you just can't go throwing remarks out there. Like, I got to know.
I'm sure it did.
Did
I've given
Amazon
up with the NFL.
Prime
NFL gets
games.
ratings regardless. So, yeah. They'll get good ratings.
No, what the hell?
The game itself isn't a bad game. Jets, Dolphins. I think that'll be a good game. But I'm not interested.
The live streamed game averaged more than. Is this talking about a single game?
And what was the deal? Were the Amazon
So it
games,
looked like the average for the first handful of weeks was 8.5 million, which is, I'll admit, that's stunning.
I'm looking at the numbers right now for all season. It for each game, it's like around 8 to like 12 million. It's somewhere in that range usually. Probably 10, probably the average.
Wow.
I don't know how. Like they didn't get a lot of my viewership.
Wow.
I would probably go back and watch it on the app, like the condensed version, but they do whatever and get ratings.
Byviewers.com. Byviewers.com. That's their move.
NFL on my viewers.
There's a lot of that going around. Wow.
But Yeah, so they'll get it. Plus, everybody will be home on Friday on that Black
But won't
Friday.
they be? Well, yeah. Is going out and shopping just old? People don't do that no more.
It's not the same. And they do that. In
I
the
mean, Black
morning.
Friday deals are going to start like next week.
Right. The week before Thanksgiving.
Black Friday in June. Like, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
But yeah,
I mean, Memorial Day sales coming up.
They are TVs, appliances, all that other stuff. They'll do the numbers, but and like I said,
I cannot believe that's how high the numbers
actually
are.
isn't even bad. Like I don't even look at the game as like trash. It's Jets Dolphins. I'm expecting that to mean something. I don't think either one of those teams are going to be bad.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers, it's not like it's team driven. I mean, Chiefs Chargers did 15.3, Browns Steelers did 13.6, Bengals Dolphins did 13.4, and then you get a Panthers Falcons. That did 8 million. 49ers Seahawks. 49ers Seahawks 11.6.
Jeez. Didn't they have a Bills Bucks game? Oh no, it was Bills Patriots.
They did Bills Patriots that did 11.5.
Because I remember Jay-Z was there. It's like, why?
What was he hanging out with Bob?
I think he was in a suite. Yeah. I was like, why is he there? Now, like I said, I remember the first one of the year was a good one. Chiefs, Chargers, like locked in. And they had a handful of games where I'm like, yo, I got to see this. Obviously, Niners, Seahawks. I was, for the division. I'm a Niners fan, whatever. But they did a better job this year of putting meaningful games on there. But then you had the stinkers, like wasn't Eagles, Texans on?
That's always going to happen, though, because everyone has to play on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Like that's a CBA rule. Like everyone has to play on a Thursday. So
I think they changed that rule too this year, by the way.
Not everyone has to play on a Thursday?
Yeah, not everyone like gets a primetime game this season.
No, that is the way to go.
Well, I never thought it was a prime time. I always thought it was
Thursday.
They just had to play on a Thursday for a competitive
by virtue.
Yeah.
That would be a prime time.
Yeah. Wow. That's interesting. Every team going to be hoping for that. You imagine to have to go a whole year like the Cowboys, because I don't think the Cowboys I don't think Thanksgiving games count as Thursday games. So a lot of times, and I think this happened this last year, the Cowboys played Thanksgiving and then they played the following Thursday.
They did that a couple of times. So yeah, but yeah, they did it this year too, or maybe not a couple. I feel like I remember one other time where they did.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, I think that happens. I don't know.
Yeah, so the rule is now they can schedule teams twice in a season to play on Thursday night. So some teams could miss out.
Wait a minute. I didn't even think about it that way.
Wow.
I won't go putting the Niners twice on Thursday. Unless it's and they got to do that fairly.
It really is so funny, the no pun intended, prime reason that we hate the Amazon Prime app. You're stuck there.
Yeah.
Like you can't do anything else.
Right.
You're just stuck. You've got to open the Amazon Prime app. Picture is fantastic. I think their picture quality is amazing. The stream overall is very good. That's Herb Street, right?
Herb Street and Al.
Yeah. Well, okay. It's
And
not perfect.
Weren't they upset throughout the season? They kept getting bad.
Al Michaels was furious. Al Michaels does not have time for this. He does not have time for this at all.
Yeah. So they.
But yeah, just being stuck there without being able to, like, you got to close the app, open the other one.
No, that's an issue for the common man. A guy like Damian Barling, multiple screens all over the place. I mean, you can still do whatever you want.
Yeah, I just pull up one of the games on my iPad.
Yeah.
You really want to do this? Do you really want to do this? You can go home and film your loft if you want to. You really want to do this? Knock it off. This man's loft looks like a bar.
We're here for the common man.
It looks like 32 Brew Street.
I heard Casey's got a TV on his fridge.
That's a true story.
I went for that. She said no.
You got that clear door though. You got the clear door that you go open. You do too have that. You don't have the clear door. You put the thing.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
the door within the
yeah,
door.
Yeah.
You got the door within the door.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't act like you're regular like the rest of us.
What I wanted was see the screen or like tap on the door and see inside.
Yeah, you got that.
No, I don't. I can't. There's a screen on the front of your refrigerator on some of these refrigerators where you tap on the screen and you can look to see what's inside the refrigerator.
Instead of just opening the damn door.
I can't lie. Those things that do that where they show you what's in it, like Walgreens does that now, this is pretty sick.
So I would tell you something. Okay, we're going to move on a second. Let's just tell you something. When I moved and went and got I had to get a new refrigerator and the whole thing, and we went out and I wanted the refrigerator that made craft ice. It's like, yo,
wait, what's craft ice?
The round they make like instead of
they got them like that.
Yeah, like the refrigerator that we have, because I think we have the same brand. That refrigerator, like a different grade of one, makes the craft ice. Oh, you don't need that. It's because it was more expensive, and it was like $500 more. Like, come on, you really don't need that. You don't need the clear door, which was $750 more. Just get the refrigerator, makes ice, good water. It's a nice looking refrigerator. Fits get that. Yeah. Fine. 2 months later, friend's moving into her house. She gets the one with the craft ice. Like, hey, hold up. What part of the game is this? I was furious for a week. Furious for a week.
See, I don't know why they talked you out of that one, because it seemed like you would use the craft ice.
Oh, I would.
They would.
Now I have.
They
to
would
use,
talk me out. I wouldn't use it as much as
I'd use the craft. I use the craft ice. Yeah, I absolutely use that.
I hate when they change the ice to crushed ice and don't
I
change
love
it back.
Man, why you hate crushed ice?
I like the cube joint.
I love crushed ice.
I would go in there. Yeah, I'm about to have this soda. Go in there to get some ice. It's just a bunch of chips fall out of it. Come on, man. Y'all didn't change it back?
Cubed ice, you can't even get your drink, though, because all the cubed ice is like covering it. It's a mission to drink out of cubed ice.
But with crushed ice, you end up just drinking water.
That's not true.
Yeah, like it's
unless
ice
you're
to soda ratio, bro.
Well, it's also like if you're trying to cool a drink that you like got out of the garage or something, yeah, crushed ice is not the move. You're gonna ruin that drink quick. Of course, if you're pulling a drink out of the garage, I don't think ice can save it. Like, to me, if it's not coming out of the refrigerator,
well, I feel like Damien, you got a fridge in the garage,
Why are you doing this?
What are you talking about?
You have a fridge in the garage.
Everybody got a fridge in the garage, man. It's what you do.
I only have a
when
fridge.
You don't get rid of the fridge, the old fridge.
That's
just
it.
Keep it in.
I didn't know what to do with it because they didn't offer to take it. So I was like, I guess I'll just put it in the garage.
Yeah.
You're the one with the wine fridge though, right? Because I don't have that. You've got the wine fridge. Oh, okay.
I got a wine fridge.
Okay. You got.
That's when I went to Home Depot in Antelope, and it was.
He really trying to look. Casey really trying to pass himself off as one of us.
Yeah,
like he's just a regular.
People, man.
Nah. I opened Instagram before
me and Dealer are slumming it by. I'm hoping my next apartment gives me a microwave. Meanwhile, Casey's having baby showers on the water.
I see. I open Instagram, trying to pass time during a meeting that Kenny got excused from. He didn't have to show up at that. And I'm the dude who's got to show up to all of this to represent D'Lo and KC. And look, the Louis Vuitton Dons, Kenny Caraway and Mark Jones there, center court, getting candids from Rachel. I didn't get a single candid from Rachel. You need to stop passing yourself off as one of us.
You might have some.
I don't have any.
You might have some. I thought I saw one.
Unless she sent them to you, I ain't got them.
I thought I saw one when he was on the baseline.
No, ain't come my way.
No.
Ain't come my way. Don't let this man pass
Rachel.
you off into believing he's one of us, man. He's not.
They don't call him Cash Out Caraway for nothing.
They don't. They don't. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 as well. We're live on Facebook, live on Twitter, wherever you are. Thanks for being with us. James Ham will be with us final hour of the show. If you want to be a part of the show, you can. Of course, you can interact across our social platforms. You can jump in the chatty house, or you can give us a call, 916-909-1320.
One more thing about the NFL schedule before we go away and maybe talk about it tomorrow. Well, Friday. Reportedly have Niners, Eagles, week 13. That's trash. That game should be in the first 3 weeks of the season. It's like December 3rd.
Why are you so adamant about that?
I mean, you want an NFC Championship rematch? Like, Start the season off that way.
Okay.
Like, what are we putting it on week 13 for?
Okay. You got to get worked up about
Eagles,
it. I was
Eagles
just
might be
asking.
trashed by then. It won't even matter.
Okay. Well, that's
it ain't happening the other way around.
It's certainly one way to think about it.
It definitely ain't happening the other way around. So, hopefully the Eagles hold up their end of the bargain, but they might be trash.
Okay. I want to talk about the coaching staff for a minute.
Okay.
Not the Eagles coaching staff.
No, we don't need to
Not the
talk about
49ers.
that. The crying at the at the national anthem. What was his name? Sirianni?
Why you act like Sirianni's the only person to do that?
I don't know what he was crying for.
I don't know what he was crying for either. I don't know why you've been going so hard at Nick Sirianni for that.
Nick Sirianni, because he's a little cocky. He's a little cocky dude,
I can see
man.
that.
He's a little cocky, but
Who-
he all right. I don't got a big problem with him.
Who was the one? Was he the one who was popping off at someone and like Jalen told him like stop?
I'm
There
sure
was a
it
coach that did
Or
that.
No,
I
maybe
can't.
it wasn't him. Maybe it was the offensive coordinator.
No, I feel like
might
it
have
was
been
the head
Sirianni.
coach, but I
Sirianni
can't
was the
remember if
one
it was Jalen and Nick
that-
Sirianni, if it was someone else.
That looked in the camera and was like looking like, let's sit down. Sit down. Nobody trying to hear all that.
I think it was Sirianni because I just looked it up. It says,
Okay.
yeah.
Chester says Kerr's crying about moving screens. Oh, yeah, he was. We'll
talk about
We'll
that.
get to that. But first, we want to hear from Mike Brown. This was Mike Brown at at Sasha's game yesterday. Credit to what is it? Is it Sportal.gr?
It looked like one of Jesse's sites.
Well, man, just diming the man.
Allegedly. What? Dana White gonna come get him?
He gonna come get him. He already said that. He said that
I
years
waited
ago.
for Dana White. I'm moving next week, so he doesn't know where I'm at.
Also, thanks to Sean Cunningham for posting this clip from Mike Brown.
The atmosphere is off the charts. I mean, I've taken pictures and video of the fans already to send back to my sons in the U.S. and my buddies because it's nothing like this that you experience unless you're here.
How do you see basketball strategic?
How do what?
How do you see basketball tactics? Completely different. Than
No. At the end of the day, basketball is basketball. I really like Olympiacos, the ball movement, the player movement. It's beautiful basketball to watch. Everybody touches it, everybody shares it. And then defensively, both teams have a physicality about them that you really, really like, especially in a playoff environment.
Coach, of course, everybody's talking about Sacramento Kings and Sasha Vezenkov. What's your thoughts about him, and what do you see from him so far?
Well, obviously, the way that they're guarding them, it makes it tough. But when you guard somebody like that, you like that person on the floor because it creates a lot of space for everybody else. The way we play, he fits in really good. He shoots the three ball. He's got size. He's got toughness. He rebounds. And all those things are excited with the way that we play the game of basketball. So, like I said, we'll see how we'll let him finish out his season, and then we'll make decisions from there.
So,
Mike Brown there. You can view the clip in its entirety again over on Sean Cunningham's Twitter page.
Did you see? I watched the game or whatever, but did you see like some of the highlights from the game? I mean, it looked like there was 25,000 people in there.
This tournament looks
looked like
lit.
a lot of people in an arena. It was cool. The atmosphere looked great.
Yeah, it looks incredible.
And then did you see
Looks
what happened
incredible.
after they won?
I didn't.
I mean, there were maybe 20 flares.
Oh yeah,
stands.
no, I saw that. That's terrifying. Yeah. That's
In the stands.
I don't.
The person next to me just lights a flare. Chill.
So like, so that's just not a thing overseas. You just go into soccer stadiums and which I always thought, all right, that doesn't feel the safest, but it's an outdoor venue. Like I guess they've done this enough. It's controlled. Now we just bring them into basketball arenas.
Just do what you do, I guess.
Okay.
Look like a great atmosphere though. And they won, so Olympianos. What is I forgot the names already.
Olympiacos.
Olympiacos.
Um,
so that's good.
It feels like no matter what, Sasha is going to be the guy that Kings fans are talking about for at least the next month and some change until we get to the draft.
You think it's going to get to the point where they're putting too much on him?
I'm fearful we're there already. Now, part of it could be because he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can watch the Lakers and the Warriors. Like there's probably no one on either of those teams that's going to be playing for the Sacramento Kings next year. There's nothing really to talk about in that sense. We can go over Willsie's list of free agents, but those are a lot of what ifs. Now, Sasha is certainly a what if, but Sasha is technically a member of the Sacramento Kings. It's a question of whether he's going to play here or not. And that's why I go back to our conversation with Hammer on Monday, I think it was, where are we putting a lot on? Like, we had him as like the 12th man earlier this year. Like maybe cracking the rotation. Like now, like we're hanging on his every overseas move. Mike Brown was there. Monty went. This GM went. This front office person went. This assistant coach went. Like, oh, well, okay, wait a minute. And that's, again, what exactly is this brother's role with the team?
Well, I think part of that, like everybody being hyped up for it and everything, is because the Kings are hyped up. Like the Kings aren't treating this like.
But are they, or are they
sending
just
everybody over there repeatedly? They're putting a full court press, no pun intended, on him coming over. I don't think you do that for somebody that you're going to play 10 minutes a night. Like, I don't think he's going to start, but I think they absolutely, and they're trying to get him over here. Now, you see this in those situations, college recruiting, you tell him whatever you need to tell him to get him in your program.
Mm-hmm.
So just because they're probably telling him, hey, we can see you playing 25 to 28 minutes a night. When he gets over here, if he ain't defending or he's not making shots, that could all change. But they're going hard to get him over. And I think that plays a role in why everybody like, yo, what? Every time we turn around, they're sending somebody over there to get this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He must be really good. They really want him, so he must be a big part of it. And I think that is how they look at him, as a guy that they can play 25 minutes a night. I don't think he's a starter, but you put him in there with certain lineups.
25 minutes a night?
I think so. I think that's how they look at him. What did Davion?
So,
and also at that position, though, right?
Well, see, so that's
at that 4 spot. I think there's more minutes available than if he was a guard. At that 4 or 5 spot.
So, how does Trey factor into this?
Probably backup 5. And now you're looking at Nemi as maybe being an Alex Len type player.
Or an alternate, or a matchup backup 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first thing comes to mind if our guy gets healthy is Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
If Steven Adams gets healthy, that's probably more
Memphis.
Sorry,
Yeah.
That's more of a Kada role, perhaps, than a Trey Lyles role.
Yep.
Unless you want to pull Steven Adams as far away from the basket as you can, that's certainly a strategy too.
Yeah. So that's my thought. I think they're bringing him over. They're trying to bring him over. And once again, you can tell him whatever you want. You just got to get him over here. But I think they're telling him, you come over, you leave your championship team, MVP of the league that you're in, you leave that. You're not coming over here to warm the bench. You're going to play 20, 25, 28 minutes a night.
And he can only do it on, what was it, like a James gave it. Well, I asked James again the contracts. I don't want to say the contract and be wrong. He had a certain minimum for it for Sasha. I can't remember what it was.
And I want to ask him about that too, because if you're looking at it from the Kings' point of view, that's a guy that could potentially be an impact guy that you're probably going to get for cheaper than anybody you could get this offseason.
Right.
So bring in that talent and see what he could provide.
Yeah.
Because that's a way to get better on the cheap.
We'll come back. I have a couple of other things I want to ask you regarding the coaching staff and our look at the Kings this year. And then we want to dive into some of the games last night. 76ers Didn't see that coming, but a hell of a performance from them. And then, of course, we'll talk about the Suns and the Nuggets as well. We'll dive into tonight's games. There's so much more ahead. James Ham, final hour of the show. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. We're back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You think talking about crushed ice and cubed ice is probably the most random we'll ever get on the show?
That was, well, I mean, that ranks up there with the chunks versus chips argument.
So they put, speaking of real quick, you can get an ice maker that makes it like the old fashioned ice. Is that what you mean?
Old fashioned?
You know, the old fashioned ice cubes are usually like the circle.
Oh, yeah. No, well, it's like you can, like, if you go to a bar and like order whiskey, they'll put a big like round thing of ice in it, like because
a ball of ice.
It melts differently. So it's not like a little ball like this. It's about that big, and it melts because it's rounder. I guess it melts differently. I don't know, but
they could have made that ice in the refrigerator. That's sick. I probably would have went a little harder.
Yeah, and I'm the dumbass who was like, "You're right." Now I make craft ice by getting this little thing I ordered on Amazon, and you fill it up with water. You put these two things, and you put it in the freezer for
like
24
the metal
hours.
Ice thing.
It's not metal.
I don't even want to say it.
Balls. You want to say balls? It's not metal. It's like a rubbery type thing, and then it has a big casing, but it only makes 2 at a time. So I just, every time I remember, I try to take it out, store them, put new ones in. So I have.
Hey, get your boy, man. Get your boy.
No.
Get your boy.
Ramsey, the most random dude, man. I swear.
He said, "Who uses ice?"
Everyone, Ramsey. Literally everyone.
Ramsey on a hot day is like, "Oh man, I could really use a lukewarm drink right now."
Having a drink without ice doesn't feel right.
Ramsey liking a lukewarm beverage is the most Ramsey thing imaginable.
Ramsey a fool for that one.
Though, to his defense, maybe he meant in terms of whiskey. Some people just have the whiskey. I never know what Ramsey means. Some people don't serve the whiskey with ice. No,
don't whatsoever.
All right. Well, enjoy your room temperature beverage, bro.
I think Ramsey needs to call in and explain that. He might be like 1 out of 7 billion on this earth.
Ramsey got like serial killer tendencies. Like, found out it's crazy. Yeah, he didn't like ice in his beverage. I don't know.
That was our first sign.
That was one of the first things I said when we moved into this building. I was like, "Hey, where's the ice maker? There ain't no ice in this building." Now I do know people who would do this. They'd ask for 1 cup with ice and 1 cup with the drink.
No, that's just excessive. Settle down. Settle down. Look at your boy Mark Jones on his Twitter. Got my Rolex on this plane. Gonna watch time fly. Wheels up to Philadelphia. Game 6. Celtics versus Sixers. It'll be the biggest game of the season for both. Doc Rivers has his team in a comfortable headspace. Thursday, 7 p.m. Sounded like Kevin Millar.
Yeah, don't let them win Game 6.
This is crazy. I ain't even gonna talk about it.
I'm looking at the video he retweeted. They was wilding at the Kentucky Derby, boy. They must have grew up in fatherless homes. Oh, this is funny. They was wilding at the Kentucky Derby, boy. Watch out. Oh, got him. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation, I want to switch to some of the games we saw last night. But first, I want to talk just briefly about Mike Brown a little bit more. We're talking about Mike Brown. We're talking about Sasha Vezenkov. We heard from Mike Brown there a couple of moments ago. We've talked so much this offseason about this brief offseason so far. We've talked so much about, we spent time last week. We talked about Keegan and we talked about De'Aaron and Domas. We're probably going to talk a lot about De'Aaron and Domas tomorrow because we'll get the All NBA selections tonight, and we'll see if either or both of them,
one way or another.
Yeah.
Like if both are on there, we talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
If one doesn't make it, we gonna talk about it.
We're gonna talk about it for sure. But one thing that we haven't talked about, because I think another main talking point the last week and a half or so since the season has come to a conclusion is Keegan Murray. A lot of things we've talked about have involved Keegan Murray because of the question of whether the biggest step the Kings take next year has to do with whatever step Keegan Murray takes next year. And I'm 100% in agreement with that and completely understand that line of thinking. But I think one thing that we haven't discussed yet, and I don't know that it's been discussed a lot, period, is what about the second year for this group under Mike Brown? What about Mike Brown's second year with this coaching staff and this roster? Sometimes we look at it as just players learning and figuring things out throughout the year, when I think coaching staffs learn and figure things out through the year. I know it's not popular to talk about, but a great example is Ime Udoka last year. That Celtics team was rough midway through. They figured a lot of things out in the second half of the season. They got more comfortable with each other. Ime Udoka found the right way to communicate his point. Those players found ways to communicate with him, with that staff, and with each other. And we saw the turnaround that they made last season. I wonder next year, what does Mike Brown, what has Mike Brown learned with this group? What has Mike Brown learned as being the head coach of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, and what type of impact that has on the Sacramento Kings?
Well, that's a great point by you. And it's also, it reminds people of how special this year was for how this team was able to come together so quickly, perform at a high level, without having any real experience with each other. A lot of the times you see these teams that come up and play a certain way, there's a little continuity in the program. Like they've been together a couple of years, or, maybe the first year was rocky, but they got that under their belt. Now, second year, they understand each other. They understand the offense. They understand, there's cohesion there. All that is in place, and then they take off. Well, this team took off in the first year. And I agree with you, Mike Brown, understanding how to coach these guys and understanding their strengths and weaknesses better a year or two into his coaching tenure is going to help. But just in general, all these guys being together and getting some symmetry in their gameplay, offensively and defensively, is going to be huge for this team. And that's also one of the reasons when I talk about, hey, make a move right now, because ideally this is going to be the second year of about 4 years in a row these guys play with each other. And hopefully it happens next year. I think it's going to happen a lot next year because of how well they gelled in this first year together. But they'll have moments moving forward where they know where somebody's going to be. There's no play that has to be called. There's no counter that has to be worked on. They know, because they've played 150 games together. Oh, when Domas is here, I cut here. He looks for me to go back door. Or the fake back door is coming. I'm going to come around and be wide. Like, they're just going to know these things. They don't have to work through them or learn them. And, yeah, that's something that we don't often talk about, that It's a good point by you. I'm interested to see how that plays out.
I wonder if we also see less teaching moments from Mike Brown, like in the middle of the court. You know what I mean? I wonder how many of those we see a little bit different. I'm sure everyone will be monitoring the timeout usage and what's the earliest timeout Mike Brown calls when the season gets underway. Though I think that's a Mike Brown trait, not necessarily a Mike Brown with the Sacramento Kings trait.
Right.
But he spoke.
Learn from Pop.
Well, he spoke this year. You talk about learn from Pop. He spoke this year a lot about learning, period. And we're going to establish good habits. And when I see bad habits, we're going to stop them and not let 2 turn into 3, 3 turn into 4. We have 2, we're stopping. We saw times this year where they had 1 timeout, stop, grab Terrence Davis, grab Keegan Murray or whoever he feels he needs to grab and have a discussion with them. And I just wonder what that looks like this year.
Yeah, I think I really do believe that they're gonna build off of the chemistry that they created this year. I don't see it going backward. That's a great sign for everybody. I don't know what that results in, like another division win, 2 winning 2 series. I don't know. I just know that they're gonna build off of what they created this year. And we're going to see things a little more seamless. Even though it seemed like things were seamless this year, I think there's going to be even more symmetry with this team. It's going to look even more seamless this year and even moving beyond.
You think they'll be hungrier? Again, not to suggest they're not hungry this year, but seeing the, the end result, getting to the playoffs, all of the postseason nods that they got, whether it be Mike Brown or De'Aaron Fox or, whatever we see tonight. Do you think they come in with a legitimate championship mentality?
I think they do. One of the things that I think is going to happen is what we've talked about in the last couple of days with De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox is going to look at it like, got a taste of this. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I want more. I want another level of success. I want to be looked at as a championship contender. It's going to be a situation where I think this group and all these guys are going to look at it like it's not good enough to just be a playoff team. It's not good enough. Like I want more. I want to be a championship contender. And the bitter end to the season, I think, is going to help with that as well. They're going to look at the way the season ended, losing the last 2 home games of the season, losing a game 7 at home. Man, we were right there. Like if the Aaron talked about it, the little things that Coach Brown talked about all year long. If we shore that up, sky's the limit. And I think they're going to be just as hungry as they were this year. Goals have changed. What you're striving for has changed a little bit, but I think they're going to have the same level of hunger.
Well, coaching is going to be a big conversation over the course of the next few days because many of the teams left here in the playoff picture are considered legitimate championship contenders. The 76ers being one, the Boston Celtics being another. Oh, it was a dark place in the Boston Celtics Twitter universe last night. After suffering a 115-103 loss to the 76ers. Another incredible performance from Joel Embiid. They won without a big night from Harden in the sense that he didn't have 40, but he did have 17, 8, and 10. And you had Bruce Brown with a huge game. You saw the role players who didn't look too hot last game get fired up for this one. And you saw a lot. Joe had a lot of help last night. Joe was extraordinary, but he had a lot of help from the rest of the Philadelphia 76ers last night.
Yeah, man. You even had guys like Daniel House showing up and playing productive basketball. That was something that, once again, I'll say I didn't see coming. I'm not completely shocked by it. I'm not shocked by it like I am the Heat being up 3-1 right now. I'm not shocked by it like that. But I definitely predicted Boston to win. I thought they was going to win the next 2 games. But Philly came out and they just flat out beat them.
Yep.
They just flat out played better than they did. And Philly is it's a dangerous team, man. It's a dangerous team. If they could get past this, it almost feels like this would be something they need to get over the hump and possibly win it all.
I understand the spirit of what you just said, and I'm not going to take it as your latest shot at the Miami Heat. But I understand the spirit of what you just said.
I mean, look, the Miami Heat, first of all, series not over. Second of all, Miami Heat get to the Eastern Conference Finals. There's a certain level of respect that they get for getting that far and doing what they're doing. They're playing great.
Treat them like you did the Dallas Mavericks last year.
Nah, because I don't think they well, you could say Milwaukee. They had no business beating Milwaukee. But Giannis was there for the last 2 games, and they choked it away. I only say that because, like, with Dallas, they had no business beating Phoenix and getting to the Western Conference. Phoenix was the best team in the Western Conference, and they somehow got, because of a meltdown, got by on that one. That's not what Miami would be doing with New York. New York's not the best team in the Eastern Conference. That was the team that's in front of them, and they beat them. But they get the respect for that. But come on. Ain't nobody picking Miami to win that series if they play Philadelphia.
No. I don't know how many people have picked them to win any of the series they've been in.
Man, not Milwaukee.
think
maybe New York, man, not Milwaukee. Not Milwaukee for sure. This team was like 4 minutes away from not being in the postseason. It's crazy.
But they're here. Yeah.
No, but
here.
it's a testament to them. Like 4 minutes away from not being in, from losing to Chicago at home and losing your second straight playing game.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're one of the hottest, best teams in the postseason, looking at another conference finals berth. It's amazing.
Jesse, what happened last night?
Celtics couldn't play defense and couldn't buy a bucket to save their lives yesterday. I don't think that team ever really hit a run yesterday. Philly was just dominant from start to finish. And then we talked about it not off air, but like during a commercial break. Harden had that game or whatever, it was 17, 8, and 10. Maxey was the difference maker for that. If Harden's not going to have the big game, then you need one of those other guys to step up, and Maxey had 30.
Yeah, found another one.
Right now, the biggest story for the 76ers, I think, is that the role players are stepping up and playing big right now.
Tatum had, was it 36 last night? 36 for Tatum. I think it was 24 for Jalen. Tonight, as noted by our buddy Bobby Marks, Tatum with an all-NBA selection becomes Supermax eligible. 5 years, $318 million. Jaylen Brown with an all-NBA team selection becomes Supermax eligible at 5 years, $295 million. I believe the only other player, and I'll continue to follow Bobby's post here, the only other player with massive contract implications is Ja, where his all-NBA team selection would take him from $194 million to $233 million.
Man.
That's why some people don't want the vote.
Right. That's
why Mark Spears doesn't want the vote.
That is a lot of money. I know the people in Boston. I was listening a little bit to EEI today. Had my ears to the street.
That's a tough one.
How we feeling about Tatum, Jesse?
I feel fine about Tatum, to be honest. The starts are bugging the hell out of me, but Tatum is fine. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the starts, but Tatum is fine.
I don't know
what's the concern. The volume of
he
shots
just keeps
he's taking?
starting like 0 of 8, 0 of 5. Like he can't get off to a good start to save his life, and then he's
that's the Sacramento Kings 3-point approach.
There it is. He's trying
get warm
to
later.
Fight for his life to get himself back into the game, and by then, as Charles and Kenny, those guys said, the house is already on fire. I think he's fine. I think he will be fine, but it's one of those things, man, where Tatum is pretty scrutinized with the Celtics media for some reason, or Celtics fan base too, for some reason. What is he, 24?
Might be 25, I think.
Might be 25, man. I understand this is part of this is what comes with the territory, but man, They be on Tatum's head.
It's with the Celtics. It's either you win a title or like blow it up. And I think one thing that's got kind of warped is how early they've been competing since Tatum got into the league. Like they were competing for conference finals when he was 19 years old. I think like he's still a young guy. He's just hitting his prime. But I think given how much success they had early on, now people are like, no, we need to do it.
So we're focusing on Tatum and not the fact that like Al Horford contributed nothing yesterday.
No, they're focusing on Tatum.
Like you've got to the reason the 76ers won is because of what everyone in addition to Joel Embiid did. They didn't have that last night.
Well, the interesting thing about it, and I don't know if there's anything they could have done about it, but it felt like, Jesse, you can tell me if I'm wrong, it felt like last playoffs was Horford's last stand. And they came back thinking they were going to get that Horford again. I was like,
well, Horford had a big game, what, two games ago?
Yeah, he's just not shooting the three ball well right now. I mean, I think this season he was top 3 in 3-point percentage throughout the whole season. He's just not shooting it well right now.
Well, what I was thinking more so is the playoffs. He had a good game 3, but he's been off to say he's been up and down in these playoffs when they've had to play every other day and they can't rest him the same way.
Yeah, his role's a little different now. I think his biggest issue is like he's not hitting the open shots, and when he's out there, that's what we need him to do.
Yeah, his regular season 3-point percentage was 44.6.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder he looked so pissed off when he said he's an elite shooter and that reporter laughed. Bro, I shoot 44%.
Yeah.
Your favorite shooter doesn't do that.
That's big time.
That's
big time.
The problem is in the postseason, 31.
And I don't know if it's related. I don't want to make it like it's related, but that was my concern. It was like last year in the playoffs, he was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's gonna do that again in the postseason at this point in his career. Seems like it was asking a lot, but I don't know. I mean, it may have absolutely nothing to do with his shooting. It just felt like you weren't going to get that same type of performance again in the postseason.
I'm gonna try something.
But it's not. But it's also not his fault. Like it's not Horford's fault or anything else like that. I just look at it where I feel like the thought that Boston was heads and shoulders the favorites or above everybody outside of Milwaukee in the league. I just never felt that way about Boston. I never felt that way about any team this year, to be honest with you. Like when James would come in and be like, well, it doesn't matter who's coming out of the West, they're going to get obliterated by whoever comes out of the East. I don't think that. Like, I don't think there's anybody in the league that you could say there's nothing anybody can do with that.
No, you telling me there wasn't a time where you thought the champion was coming out of the East?
Yeah, if I had to make a prediction, I thought it was Milwaukee. I thought those, if we're ranking them, were the best teams. But like James always says, like, it doesn't matter. They're going to get destroyed by whoever's in the East. Like, no, they're good teams. They're really good teams. They're probably, if you had to pick, the best of the bunch. But I never thought Boston was so much better than Denver or so much better than Phoenix, or what I think about Phoenix right now. Same with Milwaukee. Same with Philly.
Al Horford shot 48% from 3 last postseason.
Wow. I didn't know he shot that well.
48% from 3 last postseason. Again, this year, that's through 23 games. This year, through 11, it's 31. It's a difference of 5 points per game for Al Horford right now.
I mean, Horford, his shooting's taking a dip. Derek White's taking a dip. The other guys are struggling right now.
Derek White, that's the spot I'm looking at. I just, and it's not that he's a bad player. I just don't feel secure in Derek White, like being the starter. I mean, I understand why Brogdon is 6th man and Derek White is starting, but it feels like Brogdon's a better player. I mean, that's.
I think the moment gets too big for Derek White. He's a shy guy. Like last year's biggest issue was he wasn't assertive enough on the Celtics offense and stuff. He wouldn't get going. This year he was better. He's probably the 3rd best player this season as far as what he brought to the table. But I think the moment might be a little too bright for him.
All defense. Second team?
Yeah, second team.
Derek White.
What do you think we get from them tomorrow? Assuming
I think they're going to come ready to play. You know, a lot of people have been on Mazzulla's head all day today. Talking about, he's not a good coach. The moment's too big and all this. I don't feel that way. But you also know how I feel about coaches and
You hate them.
no, but getting guys ready and all this other stuff.
Well, I don't.
Series
Yeah,
is 2-2, game 5 of the Eastern Conference semis. Like Joe Mazzulla shouldn't have to have no speech or anything to get you to get in the defensive stance.
yeah. I don't. That's not exactly what I meant. Like, I don't question whether the Boston Celtics are going to be ready. I don't think Boston's going to fold. I think Jalen and Jason Tatum will be on point tomorrow. The question is, will Al Horford, will Derek White, will Malcolm Brogdon, will Grant Williams, will anybody else provide something to help Tatum and Jalen and Marcus Smart?
It might. I think it'd have to be Horford or Grant, and I'm surprised.
It definitely feels like it should be Horford.
I'm surprised at how small of a role Rob Williams has played in this series.
They're not getting him involved on the offense at all. They're not running any of the pick and roll stuff. Anytime they do that with Brogdon, Brogdon just for some reason does not look at Rob Williams' way at all. He has been they just completely gotten away from him.
Random stat that I read last night. The 76ers had never won a game 5 on the road when the series is tied 2-2.
Wow.
Prior to that game last night.
Wow.
This is the Philadelphia 76ers.
I wonder how many games they have like that.
I don't know. It's one of those baseball stats. Game 5 on the road, win tied 2-2. But again, this is the Philadelphia 76ers. It's not like we're talking about the Kings, who have a playoff history of like 10 years,
right.
9 years. It's the Sixers. They have a rich playoff history.
Well, how about the fact that if they pull this off, it'll be the second time since 1985 they've made the conference finals. Only one
crazy.
other time, 2001 with Allen Iverson, have they made the conference finals in the NBA finals. 1985. It's almost 40 years.
It would be the first time they beat the Celtics in a series too since 81, I think. Or one of those 81,
Was that
82.
the year the Sixers won, I assume?
It might have been, yeah.
They won in 83.
So it might have been 83 then, since then.
Yeah. Who won in 81? That's going to bother me now.
What did we decide on Philadelphia? They're a legacy franchise, right?
Yeah, they're second tier.
The second tier legacy franchises.
Second tier.
Still higher than Golden State.
I wonder what's going to happen
nobody.
tomorrow. I don't know. I thought Boston was going to win game 5, finish it in 6. The way Philly is playing right now, they could put it away tomorrow. I don't know. I mean,
this is
happen.
Warriors Kings, right? When the team wins game 5 on the road, team wins, road team wins game 6.
Yeah.
We know what happened for Sacramento, but I would be surprised if Boston lost tomorrow.
A lot of people, it was a funeral for Boston.
Oh
yesterday.
yeah, I
a lot
saw
of
it. It's
people were
over.
riding them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blowing up the team. They calls.
Yeah. Someone called Brad Stevens Marcus Smart. Do not let that team win tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. I think it'll come down to the role players, though. I think each win so far in the series has come down to that.
I don't think anyone in this entire league loves Marcus Smart more than Brad Stevens does.
He's not getting traded.
Marcus is not going anywhere, regardless of what happens tomorrow.
But we have our fun with that. But you know how I felt. I felt that's all they need. They need something else. I don't think you move Tatum or Brown. I would listen if I was Brad Stevens. He won't, but I would listen to things about Brad because I don't know about this team as presently constituted. Now, the killer about it is you're probably going to lose Jaylen Brown in the next 2 years. So
that's remained to be seen still. I think
it is. That's assuming by me because he's going to sign the contract. He's going to be locked in contractually for about four more years. But
does Boston need to switch it up, or did Philly just get him if they do win the series? I mean, Boston was in the finals just last year.
I'll put it to you like this:
I'm not blowing Boston up.
Tatum and Brown. We don't even have nothing to talk about. If I'm Brad Stevens, I wouldn't put Marcus Smart in that category. Because once again, how am I going to get better?
Yeah, I don't know, but I would.
Well, you get better,
I
like
would.
how they did with Malcolm Brogdon, those type of deals.
If you and I don't even think this is what you could do, but if Minnesota called you and was like, man, we got to get out this too big thing, we'll give you Cat for a Marcus Smart, and
that's different.
Well, that's different. Yeah,
but that's what I'm talking about.
If that's realistic, like, sure, I'd listen to that. I'd listen to that. Sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
But like
Julius
Leezy says, Marcus Smart is their Draymond Green. No, he's not. One, they like Marcus Smart. Two, he is a significantly more skilled offensive player than Draymond Green is. Two, he's a good flopper. Like Marcus,
he's a tier one flopper.
Marcus can take a bump.
Maybe last night. That's come on, man.
Yeah, they're similar in that category. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. We'll dive into Jokic's incredible night last night, and the Nuggets now up 3-2. Boy, I feel like we've really seen some things from the Suns this playoff series, man. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Stephen Brown, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, it's not the worst thought in the world.
Why do they need to break them up, though? Like I said, they just went to the finals.
I don't think they need to break them up, but it is a little redundant. Like it's redundant with their skill sets, where their scoring comes from. Like I said, I wouldn't do it.
It can be redundant. My point is, though, it works.
Yeah, but did they reach their ceiling?
I can't say they hit their peak yet. There's still a lot of time. Like I said, I think them being as successful as they was early on and as young as they were, I think that's kind of warped people's minds as far as what they need to do.
I think they need who would be good for them. They need to find. I think they need some type of low post presence.
I agree with that, because Horford's not going to be what he is for the next 2 seasons. Eventually, he's going to be like a vet at the end of the bench for them.
They gotta figure out how to get that guy. I'm trying to think of who's like, and this wouldn't happen, but like if they could get Bam, like a guy like that, like he doesn't have to be the focal point of your offense, but he can score. Mid-range, on the block, inside. But the whole point of it all is if I'm Boston, I'm not doing nothing, man. Like, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, honestly, anyone who says they need to break up the core and all that, you're insane.
I'm not doing nothing, man. I'm not. You got 2 guys that are 25, 26 or something like that. Let them rock and try to add pieces around. And I'll throw Marcus Smart in there too. Like he's part of that core. Man, try to add pieces around those 3 and figure it out that way. They're not at an end of the road situation.
I mean, even if Jalen leaves too, they'll still be a good team.
Yeah.
Like it's not like blow it up, restart.
As long as you got, I'll put Jalen in there too, but we talking about if he leaves. As long as you got Tatum, you can.
That's exactly it.
To me, Tatum is one of them ones.
I think people get caught up with how consistent Brown is, but he doesn't have the ceiling that Tatum does. Tatum's more of a complete player all around.
I agree.
This Suns media deal TV story is so bizarre to me.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't know.
You see, the judge voided
stuff.
it.
Really?
He voided the deal.
Because I saw Bally Sports or Diamond Sports Group or whatever was. I don't know how you can make a big fuss about it when you went bankrupt, bro.
Yeah, like how does a bankrupt company get the right of first refusal on a new deal? Like, because if I'm the bank, I got questions. Like, how are you paying for this?
Right. You ain't got no say so.
That's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. I do not understand. You'll have to explain to me how rich people behave. I just do not understand this. This is what rich people do. They go bankrupt and still buy stuff.
I use it as a strategy.
Yeah, seriously. Hey, can you explain to me what the hell the Giants were wearing yesterday?
You ain't never seen that before?
I haven't.
What?
No,
you ain't never
what?
seen the City Edition joints? They've
That's
been out
what
for
that
2
was?
years.
Yeah. Sorry,
I don't
bro.
like 'em.
I'm not locked into baseball unless they was wearing them like in
They
September.
they wear them a lot, which is why I'm surprised you've never seen it.
I've never seen those
I
jerseys
don't
before.
like them at all. I
I was so
I don't
confused.
the
They're like
orange
Casey
hat.
Schmidt, the whole thing. I was like, oh, what a cool. Wait, what teams he play for? I was like, what the hell is that?
Their City Edition. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, I'm not a
They've
fan
grown on a
either.
lot of people. A lot of people like them. I don't like them. I think they're doing too much. That's another thing with the Celtics. Can we just wear the white? Can we just wear the white? You're at home. in the
Yeah, they
playoffs.
need to start sticking
Like-
to the originals.
Like all that alternate stuff. Like that's good for the regular season. In the playoffs, give me the regular uniform joints. But yeah, the City Connect.
You missed me with them joints. I was
Yeah.
confused.
I don't like the orange hat. I don't know.
Yeah,
No
that's a miss.
disrespect. I don't like the all white. I don't like the white cleats.
Okay. Home run was cool though.
Home run was very
That was cool. It was a cool little moment.
Very, very cool. And he's the guy. Casey Schmidt is like one of the big.
I don't know what to do with this information
Prospects.
because you and Danny in San Francisco once told me, what's his name? Joey Bart was the guy. What's that?
I didn't say he was.
What
the
team
guy.
that dude play for?
I didn't say he was the guy. He's the highest rated. He was the highest rated prospect, but I didn't think he was the guy. Luciano's the guy I'm talking about. And
KC, really that dude?
I did say Heliot Ramos too, who's been up and
You
down.
did say that, yeah.
Who knows? But I don't know. A lot of people think he's that dude. I haven't seen enough of him. But that was a hell of a way to debut.
Yeah, not bad.
That was
not
awesome.
bad at all.
The family was there, and that's always a great moment.
Yeah, those are cool to see, man. Those are cool. And Giants won, right?
Giants
4-1.
won. Yeah, not the same thing. Well, should I say this right now? Not the same thing going on right now. Don't turn the dial. Don't do this, Chris.
That's always funny.
Last time I checked, it was 8-0 in the third.
They're up 8-0?
No,
Oh,
it's all bad.
well, it's not the same thing as yesterday. They won yesterday.
They won yesterday. I
Oh.
said it's not the same.
Oh,
thing
not
as
the
this.
same. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. Well, it was more of the same from Nikola Jokic last night, 29, 13, and 12. Denver did its damn job and went up 3-2 on the Phoenix Suns. Big night from Jokic. Big night from pretty much everyone wearing a Denver Nuggets uniform. Bruce Brown was crazy. Nuggets on certain nights, man, they just man, the Nuggets might be the best team in basketball.
I think they could. If I had to choose right now, I'd pick them to win it all. Because I'm even saying that after losing 2 in Phoenix.
Yeah.
The 2 they lost in Phoenix, it wasn't like they got smacked. Like it took KD and Booker being historical damn near to beat them by 5 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Denver, and yeah, it's a 180 from how I felt about them throughout the season. But if I had to make a pick right now for an NBA championship, I'd pick the Denver Nuggets.
Denver looks like a complete team right
Mm-hmm.
now. Boy, Phoenix it really is like Book and Durant. I don't know. I don't want to disrespect Chris Paul. It's a tier 1, penthouse Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how different last night's game would have been with him. The DeAndre Ayton stuff is always weird. There's video of Book kind of going at DeAndre Ayton for not doing some things he was supposed to be doing. Kevin Durant had some things to say to him. It feels
a lot with DeAndre Ayton. And I'm not saying he is like the best player or maybe like always where he's supposed to be or anything like that. But if I was DeAndre Ayton, I was like, I'm going to have to chill out a little bit. Like, calm down. You talking to me crazy like that.
Yeah. he's like, this is a team where it feels like, okay, you got Kevin Durant for a full season next year, but what's that really going to mean? Like, this is, when we talked about Phoenix, when the trade with Kevin Durant was done, kind of stripping their depth a little bit to go for it right here. And now you're kind of seeing the the consequences of stripping your depth. Like you had decent nights from Book and KD. I'd argue you had a better night from Book than you did KD.
Book, not as efficient though. In the game, not like he was terrible, but I don't know what he.
Well, not as
but
he was still
like 6 of 16 at one point.
But he was still more efficient than KD. He wasn't as efficient as he was the last two games, where I think what was the number, like 79% over those two games. But they had, you got 14 from DeAndre Ayton, but you couldn't get anything anywhere else. And when you're getting 25 from Bruce Brown off the bench from your opponent, and you got Jokic dishing out a triple-double, I don't know what this Phoenix team is.
I think they're top heavy right now. The bench is a little bit of a mystery from night to night, and they're also not,
which is tough because there's solid players on the bench though.
There are,
like Terrence Ross is good.
He don't play that much for whatever.
Well, and that's probably
I don't know what that's all about. I like Londell, as a backup big. He does a good job. But yeah, it's just a mystery. Is Shimmitt gonna make shots?
Yeah.
Or not? Okogie. And the other thing about it, and I don't know if the numbers bear it out. I'm not speaking numbers wise, just with the eye test and what I see, it doesn't seem like they're nearly as good defensively as they were the last couple of years because of the trade. You lose your best perimeter defender.
Yep.
You lose another really good defender in Cam Johnson. So I think that's being able to get stops is going to be an issue. Hell, in game 4, they didn't really get stops. They got ahead, and then Booker just made every shot. Shamet just made every shot in the fourth quarter. They were going shot for shot, both teams. So being able to get enough stops, I think, is a concern for this team. And I don't know, man. Like I said, I see Denver, and I've seen what I've seen from them the entire playoffs so far. They look damn good. Jokic feels like he doesn't miss around the basket. Michael Porter Jr. is hitting shots. Bruce Brown has been phenomenal. Jamal Murray seems like he can turn it up whenever he wants to.
He feels like
KCP is playing well. They got some boys. And Brown was
Brown?
No, the rookie from Kansas who had the 2-hand dunk last night.
Oh yeah,
he's giving them solid stuff off the bench, man. So what's his name? Let me see for sure. Christian. That's right. Christian Brown. He's a solid little player off the bench. So, which is ironic because the bench was a lot of their concern throughout the regular season. It was almost a situation where they felt that Jokic couldn't come out the game because the team would fall off a cliff with that bench. But they've stepped it up in this postseason.
The man's name's Christian Brown.
It looks like Braun. But
let's get TC in here. That's a name I can pronounce. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up, my two brothers?
What up, big dog?
Oh man, just keeping it simple. Look, check it out. I mean, that's what make this whole still watching the playoffs so sickening, man. This was not saying that it can't happen next year or the year after or whatever, but this was like our year to really sneak in, because if you look at the teams still in the playoffs, Phoenix, Denver, like none of those teams could mess with us during the regular season. And just how we were talking about Mike Malone, he got the last laugh now. The Lakers got the last laugh when we didn't think they was going to make the playoffs. It's just, everything is weird. I'm not like holding it on on my sleeve or whatnot, but just in general, like I think like if we were still in the playoffs right now, bro, I think that this would have been our year to like sneak into the finals.
TC, TC, you can't do that. You can't do that, TC. You can't talk about how you'd beat all the teams in the playoffs when one of the teams in the playoffs beat you. We can't do that. Now, I know what TC was trying to say. I actually disagree with TC. We never got to see the Lakers versus this version of the Lakers versus the Kings. I would have been really, really curious to see that. Everybody made a big fuss about, the length causing the Kings problems, all this stuff. I would have liked to see it. We literally never got to see it.
Yeah.
The Sacramento Kings played a very different Los Angeles Lakers team 4 times this year. It's the schedule. There's nothing you could do about it. Phoenix, I'll take my chances with Sacramento versus Phoenix.
I'd take my chances against everybody.
Yeah, no, for sure I would. But this Denver team looks really good.
No, they look.
This Denver team looks
good.
really good.
They look damn good. But TC
and those teams, those. Remember Doink at I think it was WrestleMania 9 when there were 2 Doinks and they were doing the mirror thing.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be a lot of Denver and Sacramento, where you've got Jokic and Sabonis kind of being the hubs of everything. Which players are gonna, get cooking that night? I think Denver's probably a little bit better defensively, probably a little bit more disciplined defensively. But on the offensive end, I think you see a lot of similarities between those two. But Denver, I don't think it's an overreaction to that game last night. Denver they've been good this postseason. Nikola Jokic has been phenomenal this postseason.
Man, MVP caliber play from him. I thought you were going to say Doink when they had all the little Doinks in the Survivor Series against all the little Lawlers.
Doink and Dink. Yep.
Yeah, all the little Lawlers.
Yep.
I remember that one. That was a classic Survivor Series. That was the Bob Backlund joint too.
Where Owen threw in the towel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was good stuff.
Yeah, that was a classic.
That's my brother. That's my brother. Oh, that's such great.
And I believe it was Yokozuna and Undertaker casket match in that one.
Good memory.
That's probably the only Survivor Series I ever remember. That was a
well, you remember 97.
What was 97?
The Montreal Screwjob.
Oh, that was a Survivor Series. See, I didn't even realize it was a Survivor Series. But nah, I think Denver is like
TC. I love TC. We were still in this thing, boy. Watch out.
But TC, to his credit, he's not alone. A lot of people watch Lakers Warriors that are Kings fans and like they get frustrated. They're like,
well, yeah, watching Lakers Warriors.
We would have beat the Lakers if we would have beat the Warriors. I don't think it's that seamless, but I think
it's seamless either. But
I think you got
when I watch the Warriors play, sometimes I'm like, man, we couldn't have put them out of their misery.
Yeah, that's right. And then they look at the Lakers, and I think a lot of people look at them like the Kings would have just ran them out the building.
I need the Lakers to end this tonight.
Oh,
because the whole conversation will be the Kings just wore them out.
That's ambitious.
Kings wore them out.
That's ambitious.
Is it?
If the Lakers look, I'm gonna tell you right now. A lot of people don't like that we have the stance that we have, but hey, it is what it is.
Lake Show.
I'll play it again just in case they didn't hear it.
Okay, Lake Show.
Right now, it is what it is. I don't like the Warriors. I'm not gonna like the Warriors.
Okay,
so
Lake Show.
I would love for the Lakers to end this in the dental office tonight. I would love for it.
I just want,
but I don't think it's gonna happen.
They're just gonna this grueling 7-game series against the Sacramento Kings really took everything out of the Golden State Warriors.
See, they got me sounding like Sugar Ray Leonard talking to Marvin Hagler. You don't know about that one.
No,
Sugar Ray had this big old event, and invited Marvin. Everybody was saying Marvin should play Sugar Ray or should fight Sugar Ray. And Sugar Ray invited Marvin Hagler, and he said, everybody wants to see Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler. And he goes to look at Marvin Hagler, and he goes, but it'll never happen. I'm retired. So long, everybody. And they said Marvelous Mark was pissed because Sugar Ray invited him thinking like you're setting up to make this fight announcement. Sugar Ray goes, but it'll never happen, and moved on. That's how I feel about tonight. I would love for LeBron to go into the Chase Center and put an end to these Warriors, but it's not going to happen. Not tonight. It'll happen on Friday.
I think it happens tonight. I got a question, though.
What's going on?
Bobby Marks tweeted again about more players Supermax eligible if named All NBA. He included this in a different tier or in a different tweet than his previous ones because they're probably not likely. Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet, and Jamal Murray. Like those guys aren't making All NBA.
Right.
But then he follows it up with, and like we knew this, and I don't know if this is just a typo on his part, not eligible because they were traded / short of 7 years service criteria. Domantas Sabonis, which we knew, Donovan Mitchell, Lauri Markkanen, De'Aaron Fox, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So can you hit, so maybe I misunderstood how the Supermax works. Can you hit the Supermax after your 7 years? Is that's where it comes into play? Because I thought there was something in De'Aaron's contract. I thought De'Aaron and Donovan had the same thing in their contract that catapulted them $33 million if they made an All-NBA team. I don't know why De'Aaron would fall into this category.
I don't know either. And to answer your question, it feels like you can hit Supermax after the rookie deal because isn't that what's going on with Dame and Harden?
Yeah.
So there's another, as long as, well, no, because Harden wasn't with the same team. I don't know how Harden got it, but.
Well, because Harden got it with Houston.
And he was traded.
He was traded in his rookie deal.
So
he got that. He got that with Houston. I think the only players that have gotten it are Harden, Steph, Dame. We might have to look this up. I think Russ got it. I think that's the deal that just ended.
Sounds right.
Because I think Russ got that too.
Sounds right. I mean, he probably got it in 2017. Now we're in 2022. So yeah, it probably was that same deal.
So De'Aaron signs 5-year.
I think Russ signed in 2018, actually, not 2017, because he had the year, the MVP year, and then I remember that offseason. I think he signed the extension.
So I don't see. Okay, so according to Shams, the Kings point guard De'Aaron Fox, 5-year, $163 million contract extension. What's more, there's a clause that would allow him to reach the $195.6 million Supermax. Of course, it doesn't say what that clause is, but I assume it's an All-NBA clause. Maybe it already had to happen. Maybe there was a maybe there was a time limit on it.
I don't know what the issue is with because you look at.
Well, here's an article, and it's written by James Ham. So this.
You look at
back when James
right?
wrote articles.
And Ja's eligible.
Ja's eligible to go. What did we say earlier? 200 plus?
Yeah.
213.
So Rory, who's really good with these things, is in the chat and says De'Aaron's extension had language that could have bumped the rookie extension up to 30%. The designated veteran extension / contract is the real Supermax, which is 35%.
So it's the 7 years of service that's keeping him away from the Supermax. But what's the clause that gets him the extension?
Yeah, Rory, if you can elaborate on what the language is. He said there was language that could have bumped it up.
Okay. Here we go. According to ESPN's Bobby Marks, Fox's extension will start at $28.1 million, go up to 30.4, 32.6, 34.8, 37.1. He has a chance to bump those numbers up considerably if he reaches the NBA first, second, or third team in the coming seasons. More from Bobby Marks. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm confused. James will be with us at 3.
No, I'm definitely confused because I don't understand what the difference is.
Is it maybe talking about like his next deal, like makes him Supermax eligible if he makes it? I'm looking at Spot Track right now, and it says if he makes a first, second, or third team, he gets bumps.
Says for the rookie max, he would have needed
the
to make
first year of the new deal. So there was a time limit on it.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Feels like it should happen within the length of the deal.
The increase,
by the way, the increase, and I don't think I noticed this before, The increase is based on the team. So it's not like if he makes an all-NBA team, he goes to 193. Well, apparently he doesn't get anything if he makes an all-NBA, but it wouldn't be like going to 193. It would be a percentage of the cap. So if the 193 would have been 30%, that's if he was first team. He would have gotten 28% of the cap if it was second, and 26% if it was third.
And that the other stipulation makes sense when you think about Ja Morant, because this is it. This is the only time Ja can get it. He's in the same boat. And this is the first year of the extension, I believe. And that's why, because I remember hearing about this. This all makes sense now. I remember around the time he did what he was doing and took the time away or whatever, people, the Windhorse and everybody was like, look, man, like he may have just lost himself $30 million.
Ja.
Yeah,
because Ja,
this is like we talk about time limit. This is a one-of-one situation. He was probably a shoo-in for all NBA before this happened. And now with this happening, that's money that's gone and won't come back.
Do you think he's worthy of all NBA this year?
No, not over De'Aaron Fox. That's really what it comes down to. So in general, yeah, you could say he's an all NBA caliber.
No, there's no doubt he's an all NBA player. I'm talking about this year.
No, when it gets down to it, when I talk about all those guys I talked about earlier, and if it comes down to Fox or Ja, Fox has to make it over him.
61 games for Ja this year.
De'Aaron played 73, I think I saw earlier.
62, 5. We'll round up. 62, 6, and 8.
20 what? You said 62.
26.2, sorry. 26.2.
62 a night. Well, the argument's over.
26.2. 4.2, 6, 25 points, 4.2 rebounds, 6.1. That's De'Aaron Fox's numbers. So 25, 4, and 6 versus 26, 6, and 8.
Rory doing good stuff again. De'Aaron can probably sign a 1+1 with a player option in year 2, then opt out and sign a supermax if he makes All NBA next season.
Okay. It's good stuff right there. It's a Rich Paul move. It's good stuff right there. I don't know. We'll get the announcements at 4:00, and we could talk more about all this stuff with James. Again, one of the articles I pulled up was from James' old writing days for NBC Sports California, so I'm sure he can break this down for us quite a bit. It's interesting that caveat is put in the first year of the deal, but this is stole Derrick Rose rule. But these dudes coming off their rookie deal get paid.
Yeah.
Get paid.
I love to see it.
One more note on Phoenix and Denver. Chris Paul.
Oh,
I know.
Damn.
Chris Paul was asked, on what it looks like for Game 6 and if he'll play. And he responded, "We'll see. I'm trying to." Chris Paul has been hurt in the 2015, 16, 21, 22, and 23 playoffs. That's just the playoffs. That is just horrible luck. Horrible timing.
Yeah.
And a horrible decision made by West Virginia. We'll explain what that is and how the Raptors coaching search has everyone talking. And KC hates Steve Kerr. We'll explain.
See, there goes the media again.
We'll provide context. We'll tell the whole story.
I wish to tell the whole story.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah,
13th round?
Yeah.
Tim Zoo. Hashtag Tim Zoo.
Tim Zoo facing Ocampo. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Big ups to them. Shout out to the dope ones. And as always, shout out to Cola Seamoss. today. Strawberry lime. I said pineapple is one of my favorites. Strawberry lime might be my favorite. So shout out colacmos.com. Go handle that for sure. And big ups to the homegirl cola. There was some reports over the weekend. Actually, they weren't even reports. They came straight from the fighter's mouth himself. Errol Spence did an interview where he talked about him and Terrence Bud Crawford talking to each other about making a fight happen in the summer. And I know there was a lot of angst and disappointment when the fight fell through before. But I look at Errol Spence Jr. more so than Terrence, in my opinion, as being just the real one. Errol's like, man, let's stop all this stuff. We ain't negotiating in the media. We ain't doing all this fake hustle. Let's sit down and talk. Do you want to fight? Let's make the fight. Let's make it happen. And the fact that those two are talking to each other gives me hope that this fight can happen. It really should happen. There's no reason why these two guys shouldn't be fighting, especially after you see the type of business and the notoriety that came from Tank Davis fighting Ryan Garcia. These two, not necessarily in their prime anymore. These guys are mid to late 30s at this point. They need to make it happen, and they need to make it happen now. Another reason why I think they need to make it happen is because you could possibly see a rematch. You could possibly see a trilogy if we're lucky. That's not going to happen if they make this fight at 39 years old. Make the fight now to give yourself an opportunity for not one, but 2 or 3 paydays. So hopefully we see that soon. Spence Crawford this summer. Be great stuff. That's the 13th round. And Dr. David, I don't feel like I've seen Dr. David today. But Dr. David, if you're in here, I told you he was never fighting Keith Thurman. There he is. There's Dr. David. Dr. David, I told you. The man told you he ain't fighting Keith Thurman. This was never no ploy by PBC to get Keith Thurman and Spence to have. It was never none of that. Spence said years ago, I ain't fighting Thurman. When I was a up-and-comer and he had the title, he didn't want to fight me. Now that I've got the A side and I got the title and he wants to fight, I remember what he did. I ain't fighting Keith Thurman. I ain't giving him a payday. He's said that for years now. So this was never about them trying to get Thurman in there and Spence and all this other stuff. It was all about Terrence Crawford's bad business and weird behavior. Hopefully he's gotten over that and they can make the fight now. Dr. David, you said it was going to happen. I told you it was never going to happen. It wasn't happening.
They need to hurry up and make that fight happen.
I know time's running out. If they're trying to get it in July. I think if they go with the July 22nd date, they've got, usually they say 8 to 10 weeks to promote a fight. Yeah, you got to do it probably in the next week or two.
West Virginia made the decision that Bob Huggins won't be fired. Allegedly, he'll be suspended and he'll take a pay cut. But West Virginia decided it would be far too much to actually fire the man who used a homophobic slur twice in short order on a radio interview and made some other terrible remarks about the LGBTQ plus community.
It's really unfortunate that it comes down to this sometimes, and I don't want to paint everybody with a broad brush, but West Virginia wouldn't. That was never going to be enough to fire him in West Virginia.
No, I didn't think so, and that's what
and I want to clarify, that doesn't mean everybody in West Virginia is okay with the language that he used. I'm just saying that's when we talk about, that's a part of the country where that's probably not going to be a fireable offense. I'm not surprised that wasn't a fireable offense at the University of West Virginia.
No,
Or West Virginia University. I don't know which one it is.
it's West Virginia University, and he is the dude at that university.
Mm.
He might be the dude in West Virginia, like all of it. So no, it's not surprising. It's disappointing. It's gross.
Mm.
That's ultimately what it is.
Yep.
And that type of behavior should not be and cannot be excused or condoned by anyone. We were talking a couple days ago. I was playing a DMX record, and man, DMX really used to throw. He used to throw that stuff around a lot, especially on It's Dark and Hell is Hot. But even on like some of the hits, the non-KSFM version of the hits was like, whoa, whoa. You forget that was out there, and the way that language was used, and oh my gosh, man, it's brutal to go back and hear some of that stuff. And it's sad that it's frustrating that a lot of that stuff, because I'm sympathetic towards like the LGBT plus community. I'm sympathetic towards anyone, Jewish community, anyone who steps forward and says, hey, you can't talk like that.
Right.
Like, hey, you can't see that.
Right.
So we've watched the Black community. We say that for decades,
Mm-hmm.
and it falls on deaf ears. So when someone says, yo, don't do that, it doesn't fall on deaf ears.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm willing to listen to it. I think back to Beyonce and Lizzo using a word that I, honest to God, didn't know was that it was a demeaning word.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, word, I didn't know that. Okay, let's get it off. Let's get it off the record. They both immediately like, I didn't know, just take it off the record.
Right.
And they got it off there, right away. And to me, that says something.
Yeah.
And when you're unwilling to hold someone accountable for their hate, that's disappointing.
Yeah. And that's guys, I know it's kind of corny or whatever. This guy is like he's like a teacher, so to speak. Like, he's supposed to be leading young men, into this world and teaching them things. And you use that type of language.
That's the concerning. That's the biggest concerning thing.
That's the thing
That
that
part
I
right
think
there.
about too, man. You're supposed to be a leader for these young men.
Now, you used the
and
right word.
shaping their minds.
Yeah,
and
you
you're
said
teaching them.
teacher. Yeah.
And that's what you think is appropriate. That's I
say
that's
just,
all bad.
We're not going to spend more than 5 seconds on, or 5 more seconds on Bob Huggins, but I also want to point out, and I get that this can be difficult to do in certain situations, but that's one thing. Like, a lot of that stuff in sports radio happens because most sports radio isn't what you're listening to right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to look very far to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at all, and you see that it doesn't look nor sound like the show that Kenny and I do. And the fact that his name is Bill Cunningham didn't stop Bob Huggins in that moment. Say, hey, we don't do that.
Right.
Come on, man, don't do that. It's just like good old boys. This is how we talk. This is what we do. It's like,
So,
Kapler's a different situation, but people were frustrated, and maybe frustrated is the wrong word, with how comfortable that seemed to sound. Again, Negro and the word that he used don't sound the same, right? They're not the same, and people get comfortable in the way that they talk. Bob Huggins was clearly comfortable with that host.
So that's where I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I didn't even realize. I just read the stories and read the comments. He said that on a radio interview.
Yeah,
like if we had
there's audio of it.
If we had the Bob Huggins show right now, he would have said it on our.
That's correct.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I didn't
know
know
that on the radio.
I didn't know that.
That's what I mean. They were comfortable.
That's crazy.
They were comfortable with each other and willing to like let that go. Like one of the other dudes made a joke about transgenders. This is what we do. This is what this medium sounds like. This is why you can't get rid of us. Yeah. We're going to change this thing one city at a time.
Insensitive and disrespectful, man.
That's it, man. Just disrespectful.
Yeah.
Disrespectful. So we'll move on. Bob Huggins ain't going to get another reference. I want to hear from Stanley. I want to hear from Stanley. That's his
I
man.
don't know Stanley like that personally, but I would think Stanley not okay with that.
Oh, I want to hear Stanley's opinion on it. That's what I want to hear. Stanley, you out there, 916-909-1320. This is D-Lo, by the way. I know you don't often recognize those two people. Stanley treat me like Mark Jones treat me.
Oh, no. Stop it.
Nah, D'Lo's right, because the undefeated call was when he's like, oh, yeah, Casey, you were talking about Trae Young. Well, it wasn't me. It was D'Lo. Well, whoever was talking about him.
See? That's how Mark Jones treat me. It's the same. That's how everybody treats me. That's how everybody treats me when I'm around Kenny.
That's not true.
I'm the other dude. I'm KC's +1 everywhere.
Everybody
we
else
go.
talking about how well you dress. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the guy next to KC looks nice.
Every time we go to D-Lo, always fitted. Yo, D-Lo always looking fresh. Barely say anything to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm cool with it. I mean, I'm just chilling.
You up here lying to the people again.
That's cap.
How many times you go? That's cap.
No.
Ain't nobody ever come up to me and not said nothing to you.
It happens all the time.
It does not happen all this man telling lies.
Well, I tell
You
you,
lying.
we have a video guy follow us, or a video
Lazy.
girl, either one.
I have
Follow us
lazy follows.
around Go to One Center so everybody can see what really goes down.
Okay.
Day in the life.
See, Mark Jones walks up to me. Casey, who's your little buddy?
We got a Tatum and Brown situation right here, or what?
He's Tatum and Brown. I'm just trying to make it. Just trying to get my ends. This guy's already a made man.
There's got to be a better comp than that.
I'm struggling to get on the All NBA.
Oh,
He's already in there.
Stop it. JJ Reddick's name was in the news again today.
That was crazy.
Not because of some wild thing he said on the podcast, or for some shots he took at Sacramento, or for some angry pounding the table, good old ESPN television, but because he interviewed with the Toronto Raptors for their vacant head coaching position. Huh.
It's interesting.
What do you think? Coach JJ?
Yeah, no. No.
Thank you, Monty. Thank you for joining us. Monty McNair, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it should not be Coach J. And I'm not here to hate on JJ. I think JJ, and I think you do too. JJ knows a ton about basketball. He's a hell of a basketball mind, and I would never take that away from him, and I'm not trying to.
I also think JJ is one of those guys in like player polls when he played that like who's a coach on the floor. You'd often see JJ's name at the top of that list.
I agree. I absolutely believe in JJ's basketball mind. So it's not a knock on that. But I don't think you can go from first take to the sidelines. And I don't
know why that made me laugh. I just envisioned like Stephen A's interviews next week. Max Kellerman's interviews coming up.
I don't think you can go from first take and an old man in a 3 and then figure out what you're going to do with Pascal Siakam. Maybe you can.
But
maybe you can if you got the right staff.
But
around
he is
you or
an
whatever.
analyst, right?
He's an
like,
analyst.
why couldn't he?
That's what I'm saying. Maybe you can. It just seems like it seems like there are guys who paid more dues who would be better for that job. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of a guy like Sam Cassell. Like how JJ Reddick doesn't seem like that unbelievable of a basketball mind where he should just jump the line in front of guys who have been going through the process the way they were told it was supposed to go this whole time. I don't think he should jump the line. I guess that's what it comes down to. Over guys who are doing what they said they were supposed to do.
Different, obviously a long time ago. I don't. Do you remember how you felt when Jason Kidd got the job? Not the Brook, like his first job.
No, I don't remember how I felt. I probably didn't care. Milwaukee.
Do you remember Derek Fisher?
Yeah, I said, "What is he doing, coach?"
I remember Derek Fisher.
But even then, did he coach WNBA first?
No.
Or was that second?
No, second.
Yeah, I was like,
He turns out he was really bad at that too.
Yeah.
Derek Fisher, I think, was the one who benched Candace Parker.
Okay, Derek. Wow. No, just in general, like I think, coming from zero head coaching experience to jump the line with some of these guys, I'm not a big fan of it. Polo in the chat says Mark Jackson was going to do the same thing to the Kings last year, and it's the head coach, but he was a head coach. He was a successful head coach in his career.
Yeah, it's not at all the same thing.
JJ Reddick literally went from being a player to a podcaster to First Take to head coach of the Raptors. I don't know. Mark Jackson, before he took Golden State, was he on TV?
He was on TV.
So he went from TV to head coach at Golden State.
I thought he coached somewhere though. He wasn't an assistant.
I don't know.
Well, I'll find out. Just stall for time.
So look, there's
coach,
exceptions
nope.
all over the place.
Nope.
No coaching experience before that.
Nothing.
And then he did a good job. And I'm not even sitting here saying JJ wouldn't do a good job. He might. I don't know what kind of job he would do. I just think there's more deserving guys. Even if Mark Jackson, if we fast forward and time travel and D'Lo and KC is going on when Mark Jackson was hired, I'd say the same thing. There's other guys who probably deserve that opportunity more. That doesn't mean he's going to be successful or not. I'm not saying that. I just think there's other guys who put their dues in who deserve that opportunity.
What about this note? JJ, it was part of the first round of interviews with Toronto. He had been a target for several teams, including the Boston Celtics, as an assistant coach since retiring as a player, 2021.
It's good if JJ wants to get into the coaching game. Honestly, I'm being completely honest. However he gets in is fine. If he were to get in with the Raptors right now with no experience, he might do great. I just probably would look elsewhere if I were the Raptors. But yeah, if he wants to get in that way, and then if he wants to, pay his dues, so to speak, and be an assistant somewhere and learn that way, that's awesome too. I'm always thinking about a guy like Sam Cassell. He's been there for years, and I mean he can't even get an interview. It feels like.
Well, he's getting interviews. He's not
I'm
getting
I'm talking about with Toronto.
Yeah, he's not getting an interview with Toronto. I'm looking at at least it doesn't look like it. Well, maybe they did, but it says they gained permission to interview several candidates, including Kenny Atkinson, Charles Lee, Kevin Young of Phoenix, Mitch Johnson of San Antonio, Jordy Fernandez, which we knew. And so Becky Hammond. So here's a follow-up question I was thinking as you were talking. If JJ Reddick becomes a head coach, I'm gonna give you multiple options. You tell me like what you think. And I guess it doesn't even predicate on whether JJ Reddick becomes a head coach or not. It would just further cement the fact. Is a woman ever going to coach in the NBA? Be a head coach in the NBA?
I think so.
Okay. So the next one. In the next 20 years, is a woman going to be a head coach in the NBA?
Yeah, I think so.
In the next 10 years, is a woman going to be a head coach in the NBA?
We're getting tight. I don't know.
Becky Hammond was in the NBA for like a decade. Maybe not that long. Maybe it was. It was a long time. And didn't get a head coaching job.
You know who I think it'll be?
And literally no other woman gets interviewed except her.
I know. It's crazy. But you know who I think it might be? Not predicting anything. It's just, I think it'll be Don.
I feel you. I don't think it will be. Don is I don't think so.
I
don't even know that they can pay Don enough.
Well, that's a whole other aspect right there. But I think I just say that because Don,
8 years.
I feel like what she's about to do with South Carolina, although LSU has something to say about that now, at least for this next season. What she's about to do with South Carolina, I think she's going to have the cachet to be like I want to do this. I don't have to. And if I come to the NBA, I'm coming as a head coach, just like I was at South Carolina. Like she's gonna have that ability to be able to do that. And I think she's not saying that any of the other women aren't good enough, but I think Dawn's a good enough coach to be able to call her own shot. Be like, hey, you saw what I did over here. I can demand the same type of respect from these men, then I can turn your program around. I think she'd be the first one. Just the gut feeling, though.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Becky.
Yeah, and that's probably more so what I'm thinking. If this isn't Becky Hammon, I don't know.
And if you can't get, like, if Becky Hammon, who was with your holy grail of coaches for 8 years, and she just keeps getting these token interviews, and you get tweets from reporters that say Becky Hammon has now gone further in the hiring process than any other female coach before her, only to, announce the male head coach like a day later. Yeah. Come on, man. We know what time it is. Don't do that.
Right.
Don't do that. I like the Dawn idea. There's certainly coaches in college that have NBA ties and could be fits in the NBA.
Yeah, there's another one definitely worthy and capable.
Not far from Dawn either.
Not far at all. They got a lot of and I love the assistants that they have in the NBA. Obviously, we got one of the best here in Sacramento. We got Teaspoon in New Orleans. Love to see them get an opportunity.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, why aren't they being interviewed?
Yeah,
I think Teresa had one.
Get in the interview room.
Yeah. Like Teresa had one. Lindsay probably needs, if Jordy gets a job in the next year or two, like Lindsay, I don't think has been on the front of a bench yet. Like Lindsay's got to be on the front of a bench. Like Kara started on the
bench. Is she?
No.
Did Kara get on the front of the
bench? She was second row. She got there what would have been the second season. She was in the front row for that one.
Becky was in the front of the bench though.
Becky was. Yep. And come on, man. Lindsay Gottlieb. Yeah, in Cleveland. Yep. She was front of the bench. And sometimes there's a huge distinction too between front of the bench, second row, and then like sometimes like Jenny Busick was called a assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks. I don't think she was actually an assistant coach. Like there's unions, like there's different unions for assistant coaches and things like not all of them are in it. Like, and I don't know. And Jenny might, because she was really close with Rick Carlisle. So she might have actually been an assistant coach, but I think you look around, some of them aren't actually assistant coaches. Like that's what they're called, but they're not in the union.
Yeah.
And so the number that you hear of, there's 10 assistant female coaches in the league, and I don't even think it's that many. It's probably closer to 6 because those other ones you could call them assistant coaches, but they're actually player development coaches or something else. And that is, even though it seems like a small detail, it's different. Yeah. They're not in the union.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
And like, where's the next group of women? Like, where are the women coming from? Are they just coming from the league?
That's what.
Because I mean, like. Teresa, Lindsay, Becky, like. They're all players.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say this though. JJ, I ain't got nothing against JJ Reddick, man. If you get an interview, that's great. If you ever got the job, more power to him. If I was the Raptors, I would be looking elsewhere, but more power to JJ.
I didn't mean to get on this subject for so long. That's my bad. You want to talk about Steve Kerr? Since we're talking about coaches.
Steve Kerr, I thought, had a ridiculous comment yesterday. Now, when I talk about the comment that he had.
Just for those watching, look at this man right here.
No, look at Mark Jones. Man.
Come on, man. Look at this guy right here.
Look at Mark Jones, the Louis Vuitton Don. Look at this guy.
Okay. I am K. Diddy, always G'd up from the feet up. I miss seeing my guy at the Golden One Center. at Kings games and chopping it up on the radio. He dripping the LV crossback, though. Man, look at that man right there. Whew. That's not even what I was looking for on that.
Shout out Mark Jones, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy, man. Shout out Mark Jones.
I was looking for one of your other tweets. But go ahead, Steve Kerr.
So, Steve Kerr yesterday at the press conference had this whole soliloquy.
I got it if you want to play.
Yeah. Let's hear. This is Steve Kerr yesterday on media availability.
Encourage them to sell harder tomorrow, or how do you learn from that and apply it to tomorrow's game?
It's you don't. I think, to me, what I've learned coaching in FIBA has a great rule. There's a flop rule, and if a referee deems that a player is flopped, they just call it a technical foul, and it's pretty penalizing. And so the flopping has basically been eliminated from FIBA, and we have the ability to do the same thing in the NBA if we want. I think we should address it because the players are so smart, and the entire regular season is about gamesmanship and trying to fool the refs, and this is how it's been for a while, and it's up to us as a league. Do we want to fix this? Because if not, we'll just get the Chris Paul swipe through at half court when you're in the bonus, and for some reason we're shooting 2 free throws at a critical time of a playoff game when nothing has happened, nobody's gained an advantage. So these are all things that my personal plea to the NBA. I think we can do better.
Everything he's saying makes perfect sense. I'm in complete agreement. And then he follows it up with
in terms of cleaning up the flopping. In the meantime, I give the Lakers credit for the plays that they've been able to sell.
Okay, there you go. Okay, Steve Kerr, this ain't about the league. That whole thing wasn't about the league, sir. It was a very calculated and sneaky way of complaining about the Lakers. Everything he was saying before that was perfect. It's perfect. I understand it. I don't disagree. He goes so far as to saying, there needs to be a rule in there. I would say these incompetent referees need to just stop calling it. Like y'all don't need no rule. You go flying. I'm not calling anything. Maybe you'll get up and actually play defense. So what he's saying isn't wrong. But this is now the third instance this postseason. Steve Kerr and the Warriors out here complaining about referees. We're only in the semifinals. They didn't got 3 instances where they crying and complaining about the officials. In this situation, he goes on that long soliloquy, which was I agree with. But I don't want to say it wasn't real, because I think that's how he really feels. But he ain't worried about that right now. He was just using that as an opportunity to complain about the Lakers. And the reason why I know he did that is because that was one of the first things out of his mouth after that game on Monday night. He was talking about the flopping and the flopping on the quote unquote illegal screens and all this other stuff. That's why one of the things that's just as whack as flopping to me is in a playoff series, these coaches complaining about referees. And I know a lot of Warrior fans were like, oh, yeah, Mike Brown was doing the same thing last series. First of all, when Mike Brown did it on a live broadcast, where all he said was, I told my guys, we're not getting no calls. You can't, we already know what it is. A lot of Warrior fans, I lost a lot of respect for Mike Brown. I lost a lot of respect for Mike Brown. They out here defending Steve Kerr and what he did the whole time. And then
they're forgetting Mike Brown also said that after his center became the focal point of morning talk shows for 2 days after having Draymond Green play trampoline on his chest.
100%.
Which they still somehow have rationalized as DeMontis Sabonis'
fault. Oh, yeah. Where was Draymond going to fall? I mean, where was he going to step?
But he's not very flexible.
He was going to fall and break his wrist, and then the season would be over.
Despite the photographic evidence to the contrary, he's not very flexible.
And then, does anybody remember what Mike Brown said to his team after Game 4?
Don't worry about the officiating.
He says specifically, we have to stop crying about calls. We have to stop running into 2-3 guys and looking to complain for a call. We need to be tougher. We need to play a little more poised. That's what I want to see more in coaching. I want to see in the middle of these series, take accountability for what your team isn't doing, as opposed to looking to blame the ritual for offensive fouls that you're committing. 2 of the fouls that he's talking about were 2 illegal screens. What you talking about, Steve Kerr? I like Steve Kerr. Love Steve Kerr as a coach. But that was whack. And what this whole brigade that he's been on for the last 2 days with complaining about the officials, and he did it in the King series as well. It is embarrassing. He needs to stop.
He's dipping into his Phil Jackson bag. We'll come back. Let's crack him with Dr. Lance injury report. Plus, James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. That's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I got something for you before you go.
I'll be damned.
Y'all got matching colors on today.
It's my girl Jade. Shout out to Brandon Phillips. Shout out Brandon Phillips.
Jade. Jade is a bad one. I think the point, though, Drew Down was they all flop all over the place, and you can't single out the Lakers when your team is notorious for flopping. When you had Draymond Green against Sacramento take a bump to the ground before De'Aaron even hit him, De'Aaron had brought a rebound down, turned, and before he made contact, Draymond Green is falling backwards. Officials don't call it. Draymond Green gets upset. They show the replay. You see De'Aaron made zero contact during the fall, like before the fall started, made zero contact with Draymond Green. No, we can take it. It's fine. That's fine. He did his head pretty hard. Jordan Poole, huge flop artist. Yeah, Jordan. I mean, there's a lot of people in the league that flop, not just on the Golden State Warriors. But shoot, Jokic flopped yesterday when KD pushed him. Jokic reacted like KD had a shotgun in his chest.
I think everyone in the NBA just flops.
Yeah, it's call it gamesmanship or whatever. And they have. Aren't there technical fouls in place for flopping? They just never use them.
Yeah, either they're there, but they don't use them, or they just took that away.
Maybe they took it away. I don't think flopping is ruining the NBA, Drew Down. I think it's dumb, though. That's a good point, Ball. It's like, I think sometimes the flop they take is actually harder than any hit. Like Draymond was legit out there taking flat bat bumps. Oh gosh. Legit taking flat. Well, that's true too. Owners out here flopping. Yeah, and that's 100% the case. Referees need to be better. They have got to be better.
The one thing I hate about refs is when they call the foul when the guy misses instead of like right when it happens.
Yeah,
that's the worst. Yeah. I feel like that's something they get told by the league to do or something like that. Because all the refs do that.
Who's on the phone? Brian. Okay.
You like Jersey Mike's?
Never had it.
You don't really eat deli sandwiches, huh?
I don't really eat out very often.
Jersey Mike's better than Subway?
Yes.
Is it better than Togo's?
I can't remember the last time I had Togo's.
Togo's is fire. I get the pastrami there.
But Jersey Mike's this is going to be hard to beat.
Oh, nothing will replace soccer, man. Flopping is legit part of the game in soccer. Oh man, I think he tore his ACL, MCL, PCL. Oh no, he's up, he's running. Oh, he's all right. Okay. Let's get to these phone lines real quick. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour, 916-909-1320. Brian, what's happening, my brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. First foremost, I want to let you guys know that you guys are the best radio station for sports radio that I've ever heard. I know I'm supposed to say that when I first get on the radio, right?
Those are the rules. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Exactly. But I remember I was watching the game on Monday, and I don't know if you guys remember when Draymond hit the back of his head coming down underneath the basket. And the first thing that came to my mind was, is there a concussion protocol in place in the NBA? Because if there was something like that happened in the NFL, somebody would have said, you need to at least pull him out for a minute, check him, and then he can go back if he clears it. Yeah. But I just wasn't sure if there was a protocol or anything like that set in the NBA.
There is a protocol. That's a good question, Brian, because I thought of that just for the briefest of moments, because Draymond was actually down for like a few minutes.
Yeah.
And so when he got back up,
that was a smack on the back of the head.
Yeah, that was tough. I did wonder for the briefest of moments, like, does he have to leave the game? Like he was down for a while. He was holding the back of his head. And as we all saw, like he didn't. So I don't know what triggers protocol in the NBA. Guys have left because of, I don't know if they call it concussion protocol, but guys have left because of, they've had to be pulled out because of, something involving their head. And I guess it's called concussion protocol or concussion symptoms. But I don't know what triggers it, Brian. Like, I don't know. They don't have, I don't believe the NBA has a spotter like the NFL does. Like, they don't have those types of things. I think it may be strictly on a feel thing, whereas if Draymond had stepped, like, if Draymond had come out of the game, maybe they would have evaluated him then. But because he didn't come out of the game, they didn't evaluate him. I don't know what triggers it in the NBA. But I definitely thought of it, again, for the briefest of seconds when he hit his head the other day.
This is a lot. Just Googled, does NBA have a concussion protocol? One of the things was I guess something happened with Jerami Grant. We talked about him earlier. And it says it was from an article, but it says per the NBA's concussion policy, Grant will now begin the NBA mandated return to participation protocol. This process includes a series of steps designed to ensure an athlete exhibits symptom-free behavior before resuming basketball activity. So it seems like the protocol is, if you're out of a game, moving forward to the next games. I don't know if they have an in-game concussion protocol.
Yeah. I was looking at it right now. It says if the team doctor, like an unaffiliated neurotrauma person or something like that, if they determine you have a concussion, then you enter the protocol.
But okay. Did anyone think to look at Draymond?
I was just about to say, poor Draymond, like nobody gave it to him.
It seems like it. Hey, Dre, come over here for a play. Like, follow the light, like something.
Yeah, nobody was looking for poor Draymond.
But of course, the way NBA players hit the ground and like cover up and like hold their heads, and is he hurt or is he trying to get a whistle?
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Are they faking it like Sabonis did when he got his chest stepped on?
He was faking it. He's a dirty player.
X-rays. Embarrassing.
Oh, brother. Then that thing with Steve Kerr again, though, that really did. I was disappointed in Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I saw that.
Disappointed in him, man, because I like Steve Kerr. He's a hell of a coach.
He got into his Phil Jackson bag.
Yeah,
man played for Phil Jackson.
Unless he wasn't.
He's desperate.
Well, there is
Come
that.
on, man. Like it may not be the last dance. It might be the last straw. Like this team's trying to find a way to survive another series. If it's going to the officials, go to the officials.
Did you see Steve Kerr was pretty upset that somebody told Shams about?
Oh yeah,
the starting lineup.
I saw that.
They got
He
a
said we have a
snitch in the locker
contributor.
room.
That was we have I guess we have a contributor here who, because Sham seems to find out about everything, every move we make.
You know, they try to label Shams the clutch guy.
Yeah, I knew that. John Dickinson made me aware of that.
That's right. Who were the clutch players in that locker room?
For those that don't know, it's Draymond Green.
I think they said I was listening this morning. I think they said Kuminga is a clutch guy.
I don't think Shams isn't. I don't
guy.
think Shams is represented.
I don't
by
think
clutch,
he's represented by clutch, but I think
he's just close with the
he's
clutch
affiliated.
guys. Shams Charania, agent.
He's
Enter
clutch adjacent.
United Talent Agency, which partnered with Clutch 2 years ago. Oh man, when was this article written? This was written in November. Oh no, this was written 2021.
Oh, that reminds me too. This morning they was upset with Sacramento.
Who was? Who?
Vontae and Allen. They was upset with Sacramento because we well, it ain't even everybody. It's me and maybe some other people. They want the Warriors to lose. They ain't like that.
Oh,
they ain't like that.
Oh, that's cute.
They wanted to say we had certain type of energy. I ain't even gonna say it on these airways. They said it on their airways. I ain't even gonna say it.
Well, now I'm curious. What'd they say? Oh, I'll turn the mics off. What'd they say? They said that on the radio?
They didn't know. They said SDE.
Oh, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. All right.
They said that's what we got out here.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? Then they talked about Sabonis. They was like, oh, and Sabonis played against the Lakers, he'd be destroyed.
Man,
He couldn't handle, the Lakers. Bonte, my guy, he thinks Sabonis is trash.
I know he does.
That's crazy.
He does.
He thinks Sabonis
How
is trash.
cute is it though that Bonte and Allen still talking about Sacramento? Like we talking about the Warriors because they playing.
Yeah, well, that's what I tried to explain to people, right? I try to Warrior fans got upset because I made a comment about Steve Kerr, and they're like, "Wow, I can't believe usually these media members in their own markets, once their team season is over, then they focus on their team." I'm like, I'm sorry. And on this show, in this market, we watch the NBA. So if the NBA is still going on, we're talking about the NBA. We did a segment on damn near every team in the playoffs today. The other day, we had a whole segment on Jokic, Embiid, and Giannis and what they've done over the last 5 years. This is what we do here. We talk about the league. You guys are still playing. So, yes, we'll talk about the Warriors.
And when your season ends tonight, you can talk about the San Francisco Giants.
That's what I said. That's what you guys do. If you guys don't do that in your market, I'm not judging. I'm just stating what it is. If you don't watch the rest of the playoffs in your market, if you don't talk about the rest of the league in your market, by all means, if that's what works, that's what works. I'm not here to judge. I'm just telling you, we don't roll that way. When King season is over, we don't turn our backs on basketball. That's just what we do. We still watch the game.
So if you had any questions about this Sacramento Kings team and what it looks like next year, just know that whole San Francisco market shook.
Bonte was laughing at the fact that we think we might get a Christmas Day game. He said, don't nobody want to come to Sacramento for Christmas.
Bonte's reality is going to come crashing down on him in the worst way. I feel bad for him. Bonte has no idea. He's 4 years away from covering a garbage-ass basketball team. He can have all his jokes about Sacramento that he wants because he's going to be covering the 2012 version of the Sacramento Kings in 4 years.
Well, with Curry, I know they think and I'm not saying they're not a destination because, they got Lake Up, they're going to have money, I guess people like moving to the Bay Area. I guess. I don't know. People left and right are leaving the Bay Area.
They ain't gonna be
From-
a destination
from what I
when
hear-
Steph Curry's
From
gone.
what I hear, left and right, people are like, I'm done with the Bay Area. I'm going back. That's what the streets are saying.
My mom's moving back.
That's why I didn't want to put
That's
a
all that
business out
matters.
there.
My
But
mom
I'm just
moving back.
saying, people leaving left and right. But I guess they feel their destination. But once again, like you just mentioned, it's all Steph Curry.
No doubt. When Steph Curry gone,
It's all Steph Curry.
when-
I'm sure Chicago was a destination when Michael Jordan was there. I don't know if they are now. Okay.
you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome James. James, those folks in the Bay Area, they can't stop talking about us. They can't stop talking about Sacramento.
And wait a minute, the chat is saying no trashing the Bay. No, I love the Bay Area. I have a good time in the Bay Area. I got roots down there. I got love for the Bay Area. San Francisco's a fabulous city. It's 510 day today. So shout out to all my people in Oakland. They have this big old thing going on in Lake Merritt right now. I got love for the Bay Area. I'm just saying, it's not going to be enough once 30 is gone. That's all I'm saying. It's not enough.
They're heading towards a very dark time. So, yeah, you guys still you guys still aren't on board with my hot take on Jordan Poole? I don't know.
Who was your hot take?
What was your Jordan Poole hot take?
Just told you guys. Jordan Poole, just to me, I watch him play. That's not a $140 million player or whatever he's making. And like I said before, I would take Malik Monk over Jordan Poole almost every day of the week. Every day of the week.
Well, I love Malik Monk. But I feel like these are two separate things. Like Jordan Poole, we can debate whether Jordan Poole's a $120 million player or whatever. Jordan Poole, I think, is very good. And I think Jordan Poole he's in a tough situation that they have to figure out. That has to be one of their top priorities. We could talk about Draymond, talk about Clay. You could talk about holding on to the past with these guys if you want to. We had a long discussion yesterday, Hammer, about how they've screwed up their future. You've got to figure out what you're going to do about Jordan Poole. You probably ruined Moses Moody. You sent James Wiseman to Detroit. You got to figure out what's going on here with Kuminga and if you're going to get anything out of those guys. But you've got to figure out Jordan Poole, and I think it's best if he plays somewhere else. I think it's best for him. It's clearly best for them, but I think Jordan Poole's still a capable ball player.
I do too.
Yeah, trying to find someone to take
despite
his
the most
contract.
recent history. It shows that maybe not be true. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think finding someone that will take on his contract is not going to be easy at all.
That's a hefty contract. We read the escalating.
Yeah,
that's a hefty contract.
Things went up.
That's tough.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, if you're gonna reboot, like, the problem is that they only have young and they have old, right? And the only guy in the middle is sort of Wiggins. And so they're kind of a mess on how they're designed. And I thought they did a really good job for a long time, the Warriors, of bringing in the in-between talent, right? The guys that weren't super old, but that could help you like today. And the problem is that they were never able to develop these other guys back behind that group. And that's trouble because you thought that there would be this weird handoff at some point, and that's not what's going to happen. This has got to be like a blow it up, start it over. And now, if they lose this series, they're caught in the middle like so many other teams where you don't have any good draft picks coming in at all. Like, there's nothing that can bail you out for like 3 or 4 more years. And you're going to have to keep paying guys like Clay, even if you don't want to, because of the legacy stuff. And I think that they're in a really, really interesting spot. And I hope that the Bay Area, like radio folks, I haven't listened to it. I hope they give Sacramento props because
nope, that's not what they're doing.
Well, they should be, because the Kings wiped that team out. They pushed them to the brink and made them work way harder than they thought they were going to have to in the first round. And I think that that's what we're seeing. Part of what we're seeing from the Warriors is that they got beat up and worn out against a really, really tough Kings team, came out on top, but at what cost? And that cost was 42, 43 minutes a night for Steph Curry for 5 games, because they were in a hole and had to dig out. So yeah, tough that they don't want to admit that. But like the Kings did some damage there, and maybe they recover, but they're in a bad spot.
Yeah. I mean, I look at, we talking about Jordan Poole, and I'm with Damian. I still think he is a really good ball player. If you put him in another situation, I think he could, I think he could flourish a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be Golden State, but when you talk about moving on from him, I know we said the contract is a lot, but if somebody believes in it, like if the roster was set up in a different way, I would like to have him here in Sacramento. I don't think it's set up in the way to make it happen, but the money doesn't scare me because I think he's talented on that level to be able to justify 80% of that talent. Like I think he has, or that contract. I think he has that level of talent. Now you just got to find the right dance partner that is looking for that type of person. I know it wouldn't be this type of team, but like maybe a Detroit or Orlando or something like that, who's looking for a scorer that can stretch the floor, that can average 20 to 25 points a night. I think you could find somebody like that.
Yeah, I would go out on a limb and say he's a negative $40-50 million player on that contract. Like, so how do you make that up? Like the only way you're going to move him is to take on another player in a similar situation. I don't think this is like a OG Anunoby deal where some team is coming at going to the Warriors and saying, hey, we'll give you 2 or 3 first-round picks and a young player for Jordan Poole. Right. It's not even like where you were with Mikal Bridges, like where they're like, hey, 4 first-round picks, and the Nets still turned it down. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a player who makes a huge amount of money and might be a 3rd, 4th, 5th best player on a team. That's not good. That's bad. I mean, you're basically looking at Tobias Harris range. And even still, I think I would rather have Tobias Harris's money on my books than Jordan Poole's money on my books. I just, again, I think his best role is as a 6 man. I don't think it is as a starter. That's just my opinion.
The all NBA teams are going to be announced here coming up at the top of the 4:00 hour. James, we dug up one of your old articles back in your writing 500 articles a year days. Yeah. And it's centered on De'Aaron Fox. One thing I think we cleared up, but just to have your confirmation on this, why wouldn't De'Aaron be eligible for the escalator in his contract if he makes the all NBA team this year?
I'm pretty sure because he's already too many years into his contract.
So that's what Rory said. That's what we were able to dig out, that
yeah,
the all NBA escalator was good for the first year of the contract.
Yeah, it's what we saw with Anthony Davis a couple of years ago. Where it was like if he made the 3rd team, he was going to get an extra like something crazy like $90 million, and he ended up making it with like a 3rd team. So yeah, it's interesting. Like I don't think that it will impact Fox's stuff at all right now, but down the road, if he ends up being a multi-time all NBA player, then he's eligible for a larger percentage of the overall contract of the overall team salary. So like those Supermax players, I think they're eligible for 30% of the entire salary cap for a team. And that's huge.
Do you think he makes it?
Man, he's on the bubble. I think he does. Like if I look at the voting for MVP where Fox came in 11th, that tells me that yes, he got votes. Or at least he should, because those are the same people voting on the same exact ballot that are voting for, players. So, as far as media members. And so I'm going to guess that he's got a really good shot at making 3rd team. I think Sabonis 2nd/3rd team, and Fox is very possible in that 3rd team.
Yeah. The one of the things that I think about with that, and I'm pretty sure, are we 100% sure they're going to have Luka as a guard?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he does play point guard for the most part, but he's also a small forward playing point guard. So I don't know.
Well,
I think he'll be
Domas
able
also plays center, and we
Right, they got him
you-
listed as a forward as well.
yeah, you've noted that he's listed as a forward/center, and
Hey, every time the NBA puts out Player of the Month or Player of the Week, it always says Domantas Sabonis forward.
Mm.
So that's a good thing.
That's crazy.
That's
Not
a
even
good thing for
center
him.
slash forward.
No, but I think he can fit into both categories. Yeah, if I'm looking at it, like I would have a tough time seeing him not be. I think he's second team if they get him in as a forward. If it's just straight up centers, then it's third team. And I don't think there's any way that he gets left off.
yeah.
But Fox is a different story.
It probably boils down to Anthony Davis, right? How badly do they want to get, because it's clearly Joel and Jokic, and then it's just a matter of, are you putting Anthony Davis in as the third center? Are you working Domas in somewhere else? I would be surprised if Domas is left off too, but I feel like in terms of a center, the only thing we're talking about is Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Davis played 56 games.
And that's been like our discussion with Steph, Dame.
And his team was a play-in team. Yeah. So I think Ja will get penalized for his off-the-court stuff. I think that he'll have a tough time making it. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander will make it for sure. I mean, we saw how his he was in the MVP balloting. That showed you everything you need to know about him, where he stands with the media. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to come down to what do you do with Damian Lillard? I mean, he put up 30 something points a game, but he played for a really bad team that had no business being bad. They were just bad. So if anyone can explain why they were so bad, go ahead and do it, because I'm confused.
And he also played less than 60 games.
Yeah.
Which that's not that's not a barometer this year. It's a barometer next year in the new collective bargaining agreement. It's not this year, but the rule for the new collective bargaining agreement was kind of out there before the votes were put in for this all NBA team, which James has always made me wonder how many people are keeping next year's rule in the back of their head when placing these votes for today's announcement. And there's a lot of guys. Steph Curry, it's hard to imagine Steph Curry not being on an all-NBA team, but he only played 56 games. So if this were next year, he wouldn't make it, and it wouldn't be a question. But did they take that stuff into account when voting this year?
Yeah, I think he'll make it, like Steph. I'm pretty sure. But then what do you do? How do you give it to Steph but not to AD? How do you balance that out? And so I think that's a problem. And I don't know the solution. Even what do they say? 65 games? Is that what the new?
I think that's the number.
That's high.
65, 68, something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of high as far as how many games played to me in my book. You hope that guys play 65 games, but that's even Fox played 72, 73. Okay, so he missed 9 games. Yeah.
None of
So
those guys that we talked about earlier played more than 60.
65
Ja, Steph, and Dame, none of them played 60. So that's a interesting cutoff point. Where 60, 65, you said, right?
65 is the number.
It's
Yeah.
an interesting cutoff point right there. 2 things real quick. Shout out to JV. Nice little comment here in the section. He said, perks of not watching Kings basketball. Domas eligible as a power forward. So it happens when you don't watch.
That's true.
And then I was trying to see what the wording was, because you talked about the wording on players of the week for Sabonis. Always have him as a forward or a center. I was trying to see what it was with Luka. I never really, where I looked, I never got a clear answer. But it was just interesting. The one of the weeks he wanted, it said 23-year-old superstar had arguably the best week of his NBA career with averages of 48.7 points,
Jesus.
13 rebounds, and 10 assists in a 3-0 stretch for Dallas. He topped 50 points twice, including a 60.21 rebound triple.
He good.
I ain't even gonna say we. I'll speak for myself. I talk I talk a little crazy about Luka every now and then. Don't ever get it twisted. That man can
bad.
hoop.
Yeah,
He
bad.
can hoop. He is sick with the rock, man. That line just stuck out, averaging 48.7 for the win.
Just a casual little mention.
That boy tough, man.
Yeah. I don't know. Like there's some like just flat out shoe-ins for all NBA that you just can't avoid. But like at the same time, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Fox and Sabonis both to make it this year. And I think it's motivation for these guys, no matter what. I would like to tell you that I know, and I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I do know that the Kings did hold a pre-draft workout today. So.
Who was my guy? What's his name again?
Victor Wembanyama.
I'm hearing most notably
Sensabaugh. That's what I was going to say.
Oscar. I don't know how to say it. Kid from Kentucky. TSHIEBWE.
I remember seeing him. I got to see his
Somebody give me that one because I don't know. Yeah, I don't like if he gets drafted by the Kings. I feel for Scott Moak. Because I don't know how you're going to say his name.
Just got to practice it. Just, sir, how do you say your name? You say it, and then you practice it.
There it is.
Was that he was the only guy who was here?
That's the only one that I've heard. 6 participants. Several of these participants will be in Chicago next week. And the Kings will be in Chicago next week for the Combine. So
the NBA Combine. How many people even knew the NBA Combine was a thing? Well, I know that you did, but I don't feel like the NBA Combine is the circus that the NFL Combine is.
No, it's become a bigger situation in the last, what'd you say here? Maybe
because of
7
Zion?
to 10 years.
Oh, 7 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's been a lot longer. Well, I mean, I've known about it for a lot longer than that.
Well, no, I'm not questioning whether it's been in existence.
Well, what I'm saying, it's a bigger deal. Like they televise it now. They didn't always televise it.
Yeah, but it's been sullied over the last few years by these players that won't even go and measure. You can't even get them to do wingspan measurements or height or weight. I mean, even like Keegan Murray didn't go to the Combine.
Combine's still less than Summer League.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I've wanted to go forever, but at this point, the Kings aren't going to have, at least for the next 2 years, chances are they won't have lottery picks. Like unless things fall apart next year, they probably won't even have a draft pick next year. So yeah. Well, they won't have a first round pick. My bad.
I know this guy from Kentucky. He he's the National Player of the Year. Big man.
I can't say his name either.
Shebwe?
Somebody said Shebwe.
To Shebwe. That's what Mark Souza says in the song. Shebwe.
He's actually a pretty good college ball player. He's like 6'9" and he played center at Kentucky. I don't know how that's gonna work out, but he's a legit big man. He ain't no 5'4" or 4'3". He's a big
6'9".
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He played that in college. I don't know what that's gonna look like in the NBA, but he was the National Player of the Year. Like he was a good ball player. I believe it was him. I think him and Walker Kessler had a really good game, not this past year, but the year before, when Kentucky was like top 10, Auburn was like number 2. Him and Walker Kessler went head. I remember that's the first time I seen him.
Well, it tells you everything you need to know about where I'm at with pre-draft stuff, that I haven't even started looking at guys like that yet, because I mean, that's just where we're at. Like this has been a crazy, crazy season. 6'9", 260 pound center. He's 23. He's rated on Tankathon as a 59th best prospect. Big time rebounder, not a great shot blocker. Big boy.
I like him in the second round.
Yeah. Well, the Kings have a deep second round pick too.
Yeah.
When are you going to start? When do you think you'll start diving into the draft?
Right now? Yeah. Like I'll start doing, I've got a Davion piece that I haven't put up yet. I've got a Trey Young piece a Trey Lyles piece going up today. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, like when you have playoffs, you put that stuff to the side and not really focus on the draft. And then usually I'm like 3 months into studying. But in this season's draft, it's, this year, you knew the Kings weren't going to have a high draft pick, number one. And number two, there was just too much to cover all the way down the stretch.
Damian asked me a question earlier, and I'll ask you the same one, James. He said, do you believe that this group is going to come back hungrier or as hungry or hungrier than they were this year? There was a clear and relatively simple goal of making the playoffs this year that everybody was on board with. I don't think that's good enough for anybody involved. The players, the coaches, the ownership, the fans. That's not going to be good enough being your goal next season. Do you think this group can elevate that goal and say, hey, we were holding Looney to 15 rebounds and Steph to 40 points away from advancing in the playoffs? Like, we are not far from being that upper echelon team. Do you think they'll be motivated by that? Or are you worried about some type of complacency setting in with this group?
Oh, no, I don't worry about any complacency at all. Like, this group, and their goal is not to make the playoffs. They wanted a playoff run. That's what Harrison Barnes said. It's what Mike Brown said after the season. They were looking for a run. And I expect them to be extremely motivated. This why not us mentality, I get it, but I also think that they're going to make improvements. You see what you need. It wasn't like difficult to see the deficiencies of this team. It's just filling those gaps wasn't going to be easy. And I think that that's what they're going to do this offseason, is they're really going to focus on, like, how do we get the length and athleticism we need? How do we get the players to complement Domas even more to protect him as a defender? How do we fix these issues that we have? And I think that they're going to come back stronger and very, very motivated. They got a taste of the good life this season, and I think they liked it and they want more of it. And so I would be shocked if we saw this team really take a step backwards. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win 49 games, but like, I expect them to push forward and try to become a better team.
They had caviar this year. You ever had caviar?
I
have not.
I'm not interested in it, to be honest with you. No, not interested. But that reminds me, though, James, of the question that I had yesterday for everybody. I want to ask you, because I really want to hear what you got to say about it. I felt like, looking at the layout of this roster and contracts and things of that nature, it feels like this is the summer to make your big swing. And you look at Harrison Barnes, and if you feel like you can be a championship team with Harrison Barnes, you bring him back and you start making that move towards being a championship team. But if you don't, it feels like this is the summer that you have to say, you know what, we're going for the gusto. Because you look forward, everybody's locked up or going to be locked up moving forward. Fox is going to be locked up. Sabonis is going to be locked up. Keegan Murray's going to be locked up. You got to be able to take care of Malik Monk. And if you sign Harrison this year or you go get somebody else, like, this team is going to essentially be in place for like the next 2 years. This summer seems like the one time where you can make that move. Do you agree with that type of timeline, or am I projecting a little too much?
Yeah, I mean, this is one summer where you can do it. This is one, there's only a handful of times when the Kings have an opportunity to get better. And this is one of those prime times where you're looking at it like, you got to do everything in your power to take a step forward to convince Domantas Sabonis to sign a massive, massive extension next summer, right? So this is a big summer in that regard. I think retaining Malik Monk is going to be like slightly easier than we're making it out to be. I don't think Monk is going to go out there and chase a couple $1 million more to leave a really good situation in Sacramento alongside De'Aaron Fox. But the rest of them, yeah, this is that moment where you're building. Like we always talk about, like, the rebuild. Are the Kings going to scrap it and rebuild? This is how you build a team. You start with a really solid season where you make the playoffs. You start with a really good 7-game series to teach you, and then you have to build from there. And so I expect them to attack this summer really, really hard and try to add like a couple of pieces that make a lot of sense. But I'll also like keep coming back to this. Like it's roster building 101, rotation building 101. Like if you're chasing Sasha Vezenkov right now, like hopefully they're being really, really realistic about what that means, like who he is as a player and what he can do for this franchise. And you can, hope that he's going to be excellent at the NBA level, but there's no guarantee that he's going to be anything more than like a 7, 8, 9, 10 man in your rotation. So you need to go out and attack this summer as if you're filling the rest of the holes, the right way. You got to have those long athletic defenders. You've got to have more shooting when the shooting goes astray. You've got to figure out a long-term answer at the small forward. There's all of these pieces that they have to figure out. And even for a guy like I wrote on today, like Trey Lyles, like what does all this mean for Trey Lyles? He's a guy who's like professed his love to this city and this franchise and wants to be back. And he's got to be like one of the best bargains of all time this season. But does he fit with Sasha? Does he fit? Can you come back into next season with Sasha and Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray and Trey Lyles as your 4 forwards and not address the length and athleticism and defensive play that you knew was a problem last year? And the answer is probably not. So like there's going to be like, this is musical chairs and there's not going to be enough chairs for all the bodies that want to be back in Sacramento for next season. And so you got to worry that you're going to be the odd man out.
I feel like we're doing a lot with Sasha. And I speculate it's because he's playing. And he's playing at a really high level. So, it's the only remaining Sacramento King that we can watch. And you can pull up the highlights or you can watch the games or you can read the articles. And it feels like we're just really falling for this guy we've never seen in the league and haven't seen against NBA talent. And, we've asked all year, before the earlier deadline, like, where is he going to fit? And you just mentioned the 7, 8, 9, 10 part of the rotation and how it probably doesn't work with everybody. And so I'm just like, man, let's all enjoy it. We talk about it. We're in the content creation business, but let's maybe slow down a little bit on this Sasha thing and just see how it plays out with the rest of what Sacramento does. Like the Keegan Murray thing. Whoa, Keegan Murray that sure felt weird in the moment. Until you go get Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk and you realize how all this comes to, how this puzzle forms. Well, let's see how this offseason puzzle forms for Sacramento.
Yeah.
Before we fall in love with an overseas player who's never played in the league before.
I think it's super complex. Like, that's what I love about that side of it. These guys have to be, like a lot of it is chess, but a lot of it is like advanced puzzle like creation. How do you solve this? What player works with what player? Like what is not going to work? How do you fill the holes without disrupting the flow of what you already have? Like there are all these questions. Like if you're going to lose Harrison Barnes, you need his 3-point shooting. So Sasha Vezenkov makes sense, but that means that Keegan Murray has to play the 3 for huge amounts of time. And you still haven't addressed the biggest issue. And you still don't know what you have. If he's in Sasha, is he 18-minute per game player? Is he 28-minute per game player? These are like major questions that you have no idea. And so I expect them to attack all of these. Like there's going to be a lot of different looks that the Kings have this summer. We're going to hear a lot of different names that you're like, I wonder how that works. And then you kind of piece it together with the pieces they already have. And you start looking for these little 2 and 3 man combinations that you think might work. And I think that that's what the Kings will do. They're going to try to find all of these little formulaic things that work and things that they think will not work, and then try to put together a team that's better than what they had last year. And there's no guarantee that they'll find the perfect mesh.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham when dealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. I got to get up for a second.
Good.
Steve Brown, I'll answer this. Part of this probably just trying to get a return on the investment. A guy has no value for the Kings if he's playing overseas. The Kings don't value their second round picks. Like this group they don't care. They don't care at all. So I just want to put that out there. Like, at least how they've handled their second round picks, they don't value them. And so they also have a very interesting way that they look at talent and they look at the draft. So like, I know very specifically, they value more what they can see, what is tangible, what a player has done, than who they project a player could be. Because, the NBA has been fortunes have been won and lost by projecting a player to be something that he doesn't ever turn out to be. So they really like to know exactly what they're getting in a player. And so my example would be Keegan Murray, like the most seasoned NBA player, college player coming into last year's draft, no question. They knew exactly who they thought he could be at the next level, and they have an idea of where they think they can get him. Davion Mitchell, same exact thing. Tyrese Halliburton. If you looked at Tyrese Halliburton's stats at, Iowa State, his sophomore season, he was a superstar. You just didn't know if it would translate. The Kings look at those stats and they say, okay, we know who he can be because he's already done it. And it's kind of a weird way that the Kings have of looking at players. They don't take gambles on players like Jaden Ivey or Shaedon Sharpe because there is no 100% positive of what those players are going to become. And I think the Kings are okay with a lower baseline if they're okay with a lower ceiling if the floor is higher.
Do you think they look to take a little bit more of a risk at 24? Because you look at those other picks, top 10 picks, except for Tyrese, who's like 12 or whatever. But the stakes are so high, you can't really take a gamble there. You much rather take the sure thing. But now you got a couple of young guys that worked out. You turned Halliburton into Sabonis. At 24, maybe I do, take a swing at a high upside guy.
I'm gonna say that they're the same people they are day in and day out. And I'd also put it this way too. Like, I look at the 24th pick, which I guess there's still possibility that it's not the 24th pick, that they move up higher than that because the Lakers are alive still. So if I'm looking at what they would do with that pick, I think there's a higher likelihood that they either package their 2 seconds and move up a couple of spots, like to 16 or 18, or that they trade the number 24 pick for a seasoned player that they think is skilled and fits a need. Because a first round pick is a first round pick. There are players out there that you can go get with that first round pick. Again, people out there love PJ Washington. If you want PJ Washington and he's a restricted free agent, you can offer up that pick to stop them from matching. If you want Cam Johnson and you think that the Nets would possibly let you negotiate with Cam Johnson in exchange for the player that's going to be there at number 24, that might be something that you do.
I do that for both players in a heartbeat. If they told me, hey, you give us your first round pick for PJ or for Cam, done deal.
Well, I'd even look at a guy like, let's say, Jared Vanderbilt and say, would the Lakers be willing to trade a $5 million player for the 24th pick in the draft? Because then they'll turn around and use that pick to trade like the most bloated, ridiculously horrible player for the best player on the Utah Jazz. And, they'll steal some other player away. But for me, I think that there's a lot of ways in which the Kings will try to improve. And I don't even look at the pick as all that value. I don't think that they will draft at 24 or no. I have
We can continue this conversation that was happening during the commercial break. Kenny and Hammer are trading the draft pick away. James got a full-on plan how to finally get Jared Vanderbilt in the Sacramento Kings uniform. And I think it's the the Kings just having a lot of flexibility with this pick coming up here is the gist of what you two were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the Kings are gonna try to improve their roster now. That's where they are, and gambling on a pick at number 24, I don't know. Like, what are you gonna get there? You might be able to find a diamond in the rough. You might be able to find a player that 2 years from now is really good. You might be able to stumble upon the next Herb Jones, right? That might be something that happens. But I also think that there's a possibility that you can take that pick and just move right out. And so, like, I think that they're going to explore every single option. And yeah, I don't know, because again, this team has traded their second round picks like repeatedly. This group has, and it makes me feel like, I mean, like they gave up a pretty decent second round pick for Sasha Vezenkov and didn't even bat their eye, and then sold the other one or traded it for a future one where Jaden Hardy was taken. So they don't, even if the talent is there at the pick, they still don't mind moving off of it.
And that's where I look at getting better this summer. You got three ways. You get Sasha over here, you get your draft pick, or you trade whatever you're talking about, and then you have, and I know you've talked about cap holes and things of that nature, but get a $20 million player, $20 million a year player in here. That's your three spots right there. And once again, you mentioned it during the break. Maybe you turn that draft pick into an established player. I don't know if that cuts down. I'm trying to think. That probably cut down what you could do as far as like free agent. You'd only be adding two players in that instance, where you add Sasha and say you trade the pick for PJ Washington. That would kind of combine as your pick and your off-season acquisition. But I mean, I'm okay with that. We talked about, enticing other teams to maybe fall back from a restricted free agent like Cam Johnson or PJ Washington by saying, hey, we'll give you this first round pick. I'm all for that if they can make that happen.
Yeah, like you have to look at these things as assets, and the Kings are going to be aggressive in trying to build their roster. There's no reason to wait. This is a moment where you got a good team and you have them all at the perfect age. Now go ahead and build it. Go find more players that are around that same age. Maybe you can go one older veteran type player that makes sense. But like, I think that they're going to try everything in their power to make the roster better today. And they're not going to mortgage their future, but they're certainly going to keep an open mind to if they can improve the team greatly, they will. And like, whether you're more likely to trade a later pick, like a 24th pick, than you are the number 9 pick or the number 4 pick. But it's still, like, at the end of the day, they keep things close to the vest. We have no idea what they'll do until they do it. And, we hear about the things that they were about to do or close to getting afterwards, or like in the moment. We sometimes hear, like the Matisse Thybulle thing was so close, and the Jared Vanderbilt thing was super close. We hear those things, but like this group does keep it close to the vest. And so we don't know. I just know their track record is to draft what they know, not to take flyers, and to trade away second round picks. That's what they've done almost every year.
Hammer, what we have spent the last week and a half talking about since the playoff series came to a conclusion is different players, their roles with the team, their uncertainty with the team, whether it be Trey Lyles, Harrison Barnes, or whatever. We've talked about how important the growth of Keegan Murray could be for this team next year. But one thing that we haven't talked about together is the fact that this coaching staff will be entering its second year together, and this coaching staff will be entering its second year with this team. How much growth is there to come from, do you think? Because we talk about growth with players a lot. We don't often talk about growth within from coaches and within the coaching staff. How much do you think that plays a part into what we see next season?
I think it's huge. Yeah, I think it's huge because look, they were able to find some sort of like lightning in a bottle when it came to the offensive efficiency. Then they got handled in the playoffs, and they realized that their offense had to be, they needed to work on different things and be more versatile offensively once it came to that, to a more physical brand in the playoffs. I think that there's a ton of room to grow, especially on the defensive end. We've talked about that a million times. I don't know if they can get that much more out of this team on the defensive end without making some changes. That's just, you have limitations to certain players, and those limitations are going to be an issue. Again, we talked about like how difficult it would be to have both Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov like in the same rotation, like in, the same 5-man on the floor at the same time. It's possible that would work, but it's also possible that you're going to be too slow and unathletic at the 4 and the 5, and you're just going to get clobbered. So like, there's a lot of things that have to be figured out when it comes to like all that. But like the coaching staff is, I think is going to remain mostly intact unless Jordi Fernandez somehow gets one of these jobs. And that's possible. I think he's up for the Toronto job. Yeah. And he was up for the Atlanta job during the season. But I think what we're seeing here is like, for the most part, this group is going to remain intact, and they will have another year to grow, another summer to work with these players, which is huge. Just think of that. This is the first summer in a while where there hasn't been a general manager or a head coaching change like within either the summer or the first 2 weeks of the season. So this is a summer where you're growing and you're building off what you did before, and you're cementing some of the basic principles that you had, but then you're adding more and more and more because now the players' knowledge base is higher, and you can start working from a different spot with these players.
Yeah. And that's something that we talk about with the coaching staff, getting more familiar with the players, but just players to players, being able to, they already did a great job this year of having a certain level of chemistry and symmetry to the way they played on the offensive end, and, just struggle on defense sometimes, but, a lot of the times, but they already had that in year one. I think that's only going to grow stronger. That's only going to grow stronger as well. We didn't talk about it earlier, but defensively, we could see them be better just because they have another year of understanding what the coaching staff wants them to do, and also understanding each other on the defensive end. They kind of made strides a little bit in the postseason, showing that, hey, I know it may be officiated a little different, but we can play a more physical brand of basketball, tougher brand of basketball, better on the defensive end. They can bring those things into this year and have the same type of chemistry potentially on the defensive end as they had on the offensive end, and I think they'll have moving forward on the offensive end.
Yeah, and I'm going to point out too, like this team spent a bunch of time together last offseason, but Mike wasn't hired until like after the Warriors were done with their playoffs, right? So he came on board late. I think we're going to see this group of players spend a lot more time together. Like what they did, they had a couple of instances where I think they met up at Domas's house in Napa for a stretch. They met for like 3 days. I think we're going to see more of that. I think we're also seeing De'Aaron Fox. This was the first year that he really followed the Kings regiment during the summer and not his own. That he was really, really close with the team as opposed to working with his old trainer in previous seasons. I think he automatically understands that there was value to that and that he was a better player this year by spending a tremendous amount of time with Luke Laux. And then I'd also say you have a bunch of these other guys that are kind of hanging out, right? So we've got the Kessler Edwards, the PJ Doziers, like those guys, they're still under contract going into, well, at least through the summer. And so we'll see a lot of that type of group working together. A lot of those guys working, like playing 3-on-3 against Keegan Murray and stuff during the offseason. So this group they'll have time to grow together. And then someone else brought up in the chat, like, this is what I kind of mean with the 24th pick. Someone brought up, they asked, didn't the Kings trade like the 21st pick for Marco Bellinelli? And it's actually the switch of that. The Kings traded Marco Bellinelli for I think it was the 21st pick or the 22nd pick, where they drafted Malachi Richardson. That's kind of what I'm talking about, where the Kings can go out and maybe purchase a rotational player with that 24th pick. Like that's, a $6 to $8 million player that's a 6, 7, 8, 9 man in your rotation, but that really makes sense for you and doesn't make as much sense for the team that you're trading with, because they may want to start over or they're in a different place in their development. But maybe they've got a player that's under contract for 2 or 3 years that they're like, okay, we don't really need this player right now for where we're at in our world, and we could use that 24th pick to go out and get a younger player to try to develop. And so the Kings could do actually the reverse of the Marco Bellinelli trade.
Did we ask you if of the players that are available, like the realistic options that are available, who would be your primary target in free agency?
I don't know. Like that, it just depends. I mean, because there's all these restricted free agents.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what are you willing to give up to get a restricted free agent out of their contract? Is there a player that you can pay too much in order to get them out? And I don't think that there are ways that the Kings can pay too much, but it would do too much damage and it would be too much of a risk, right? To clear out, to waive your rights to Harrison Barnes's $27.5 million cap hold and just say goodbye.
Who
that kind of stuff.
Is like, do you think Jerami Grant is in that category?
No, I mean, I'm more on the Cam Johnson side than I am on the Jerami Grant side, just because Jerami Grant's, 29 going on 30, where Cam's like 27. So at least you're buying a few years younger. Some people bring up Christian Wood. Like the knock on Christian Wood around the league is that he doesn't play a winning brand of basketball. Like, take the stats and throw them out the window, which is too bad, because if you thought he could actually be that player, he's a perfect fit. He's a guy who can shoot the 3, who can rebound, who can play the 4 alongside of Domas, who can block shots. Like, there's so many things that he does. But again, there's a lot of people around the league that, kind of put him in the same category as like a Marvin Bagley. It doesn't really matter what the stats say. They don't impact winning. And so that's a big deal. And that's, again, where the Kings are at. Leezy in the chat here brought up that I've talked about Kelly Oubre. I think Kelly Oubre would be a nice budget fit for around the mid-level exception at 12 million something. Maybe it might even be up to 13 million this year. But Oubre is a guy who long, athletic, physical, plays angry sometimes, can shoot the 3, can play some defense, who might be affordable and fits in. He's also a player who played on De'Aaron Fox's AAU basketball team. They're friends. They've been friends forever. He knows Malik Monk. Like, so there's some sort of camaraderie there, and also some sort of accountability, I think, would be there with Oubre. I think there are a lot of different routes the Kings can go. It just depends on, do they believe that Harrison Barnes is a long-term fit? Do they believe that they can improve this roster and keep Harrison? Can they go swing for the fences and go get an OG and an OB? Like, there's so many paths forward here that we're not even considering probably like 50 that they've already discussed and already have on a whiteboard somewhere that we're not going to get an accidental picture of.
what you said always sticks in my mind. What did Monty say? The goal is to
maintain and improve.
Maintain and improve.
Improve.
I don't know. You maintain if you keep Harrison. I don't know if you improve.
Oh, you got to do both.
But you can maintain with him and add Kelly Oubre and improve. So yeah, I mean,
it's kind of money though.
Well, sure you do. Yeah, because if you signed Harrison Barnes, say, to a 3-year deal starting at $14 million a year, then you use your MLE on Kelly Oubre, you use your biannual exception at $4 million on Sasha Vezenkov, and then you retain Trey Lyles using his early bird rights. Okay, you got all 4 of them.
Yeah,
you still have your 24th pick. So yeah, there's a way to do it.
Running out of roster spots, and that's with and I assume, love the brother, that's with Rashawn Holmes on the team.
Yeah, and then I mean, like, if your money, that you have to be a buyer and seller at the same time. Can you find someone that, would it cost you both your second round picks this year to get rid of the final 25 years of the final 25 million and 2 years of Rashawn Holmes? would it cost you the 24th pick? Would you consider that? If you knew that the 24th pick led to you having $40 million in cap space and actually become a real player in the free agent market, that's kind of intriguing.
Do you think I'm sorry, David, but do you think there's a scenario where Rashawn comes back and is a part of the rotation?
No. Not, and that's not a dig on Rashawn, and like I don't want it to be taken as like he's horrible and he doesn't need to be here anymore. Like, look, the Mike Brown had so many opportunities this season to do something different and to turn to Rashawn Holmes and get him back in the fold, and he chose not to. Like, he gave him an opportunity early in the season and then went back to Metu for 19 games. He gave Nebias Keita like a game and a half. He gave Alex Len like 8 games at the end of the season. Like, there was just never a moment where I thought Rashawn Holmes was coming back into the rotation, and they need to find a new home for him because his contract, $25 million over 2 years, is a lot. And again, you can stretch provision him and take that. So it's twice the years of the contract plus 1 extra year. So you can take his 2-year deal, stretch it out over 5 years and pay him $5 million a year for the next 5 years. But that only frees up $7 million in cap space this year and $7 million next year. And then the final 3 years, it eats $5 million. So it's not really worth it. So like, I expect them to try to do other things with that contract and try to go out and move it some other way, even if it's attaching assets to it. Or if you're doing a much bigger deal where you're swinging for the fences and you're getting a big money player, then a lot of times those are the deals where you tuck in a player like Rashawn Holmes and you can get rid of him as part of a bigger deal. He's not an asset in the deal as much as he is salary in a deal. And that's how you would use him in that situation.
I just can't help but wonder how Rashawn is viewed throughout the league. Because we look at him here and recognize, all right, like I get why it's maybe not necessarily working out with what Mike Brown wants to do, especially with Domantas Sabonis being here. It's hard for me to believe like he wouldn't work in Golden State. Like, well, he seems like a great player for the way that they play.
Financially, he won't work there though. Like, I think if you look at a team like Dallas, like who likes to do the pick and roll stuff, I think it'd be great. Like, there are plenty of teams that he should fit on, but now we're talking about a guy who hasn't played and, you know, he's played very limited minutes in 2 years. That's tough. And I don't know. I don't know how he fits. Yeah, no, it's true.
He has fresh legs. Yeah. Like, I mean, he's clearly a good locker room guy too. I mean, hell, all else fails, call Indiana again. Like, I just don't believe that Rashawn doesn't have a place. Like, Rashawn can play and he can help somebody.
But there's a big difference between being able to play and helping someone at $5 million a year and being and making 12.5. There is
12's the new 5.
12.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's again where I think you look at a guy like Trey Lyles. Who would you rather have, him or Trey Lyles? And the answer is Trey Lyles, most likely. And Trey Lyles isn't getting $12 million a year. Like, Trey Lyles might get 7, but I don't think so. I think you can get him on a 3 or 15, 3 or 18. So, you know, you'd rather have a player like that than invest heavily 2 years, 25. And there's no way he's going to opt out of that money. There's no way.
Help my timeline again. Monty signed Rashawn, right?
He did. But then he lacerated his eye twice and got COVID and then got into a custody battle and things spun out. Like, he had a horrible season.
Well, I mean, all of that is true, and it sucks.
And then they trade for Domas.
Yeah.
And they also let Rashawn exhaust every possibility to go find a better deal than what they were willing to offer. And he couldn't.
Charlotte went and got the Lord and Savior. They went and signed Mason Plumlee at the same time. Remember, we thought Charlotte, Toronto were going to make
drafted a center at the same time, Kai Jones.
Yeah, we thought Charlotte and Toronto were going to make the biggest pushes, and nah.
I think it's kind of shocking too that you have a player who like should be able to play a Brandon Clark role. That's what he was before, but he can't do that now, and I don't understand. I don't understand why he can't do it now. And it's weird because you see the pick and rolls with Malik Monk to Chimezie Metu. not to bash on Chimezie Metu, but like Rashawn Holmes is a much better pick and roll player. How is that possible that those two haven't found some sort of chemistry and taken off with the second unit? And the answer is it never happened. They never gave him the opportunity. We heard that there was possibility for Rashawn Holmes to start alongside Domantas Sabonis. We heard that the Kings really wanted to keep him last summer. And then you get to it, and like I asked them in training camp, they never once played together at all. Sabonis and Holmes never once were a power forward center tandem for the Kings. So no, there wasn't a possibility.
Man,
it's weird.
It is. It is. But you know, you've got to prepare. You talked about this. I thought this was a great line too, Hammer. You know, money's got to be a buyer and a seller. He's got to prepare for. I think you've also got to prepare for Rashawn to be here. Like, I think we've had this foregone conclusion that Rashawn Holmes is being traded dated back to last trade deadline. Well, he might not be. Right. And so can you find a way to make him an effective part of this team? Like, I mean, that's not, you know, to be fair to Monty, that's not necessarily a Monty McNair call. That's a Mike Brown conversation. Can we find a way to make Rashawn a part of this, which would benefit everybody? Or do we just have a really, really expensive 13th player, 14th player?
Well, that, and I'll throw this to you too really quick. If you just hold on to him till the deadline, there's a possibility that a year and a half of him is worth something that you can actually, you know, use in a trade chip. But even if you get to the end of the season, then you're looking at a stretch provision on a 1 year, $12.5 million contract. So I'd much rather pay 3 years at $4 million than 5 years at $5 million. And that's how they would look at it, because that's what his contract would break up to the next year.
I'd like Rashawn Holmes to find a way to get on a basketball court. And if it's not in Sacramento, I hope it's somewhere else.
Me too.
Hey, I want to ask both of you guys before you get out of here, who has a better chance of keeping their season going tonight? Knicks or Warriors?
Warriors.
Oh man. End them both tonight.
No.
I got Heat and Lakers getting it done.
Oof.
I actually got Knicks and Warriors winning tonight.
Heat and Lakers.
Knicks in 7.
Knicks in 7.
Knicks in 7.
Lakers
oh my gosh.
6.
I'm anxious. I'm anxious for that game. Is that a 4? That's a 4:30. I was going to do the All NBA announcements coming up. Well, we appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM HD2, or if you're listening on the Odyssey app and you missed any part of D-Lo and KC, you want more Kings talk, you want more from James Ham, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Knicks.
Show's over.
The Soulshine Band. I like Jalen Smith. He had a horrible season though for them. He like on paper is the perfect fit next to Sabonis.
Is he a free agent?
No.
He signed a deal with Indiana.
Yeah, but it was a short-term deal. Again, a team that might be looking for the 24th pick in the draft and might like talk about a player like that, but you got to make sure players can actually play. That's the key. Like, you can't just go trade for a player because he looks good on paper. That's sort of the Christian Wood thing. Like, he looks good on paper and then you get there and he can't actually do the things you need him to do. Can we run over for the announcements?
I mean, if they, I don't know when they're going to start.
Hurry up.
Yeah, I was just hoping the NBA would just say the hell with TNT and just tweet them.
Yeah. I got Trey Lyles piece going up any second. It's in editing right now.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to do one this week, and it looks like I'm probably more likely next week. I'm working on it. It's not easy to get. I'm herding cats here.
Can we get a hint? Like, what's the name of the next?
No, because it's moving. It's an ever moving target. So I'm working on it.
All right. Virtual happy hour part 8. Fox in the hole.
I think we're number 11 or 12. 12? Maybe 13. Yeah. I love the happy hours, but like getting guests to lock in is super, super tough.
I was like the WrestleMania, like the King Kong Bundy versus ST Jones of happy hours. Like I was the first one. James hadn't worked out all of the kinks yet. He didn't know who else to ask, so he had me on. Like I was the WrestleMania 1 version of.
You were great. Like I thought we had a good conversation. We've had
Oh,
all
we
of
did.
them are yeah.
Well, this is
I didn't cry.
This is
You didn't cry. There's been some crying. I feel like Roy Firestone on these things half the time. Stuff
What'd you
starts to
say,
get
Clark?
real.
P Valley suspends production. Katori Hill says we will not film until a fair deal is reached. This is very.
Oh, the writer's strike is a disaster.
Oh yeah, it's something. A whole lot of shit is going to be shut down for a while.
Everything is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see that MTV News is gone?
I did see.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
MTV's crazy.
It kind of like you didn't grow up with it, so
Yeah,
shut.
you
Why
weren't
don't you
outside
pipe down?
I'm just
Paramount.
You weren't
Yeah.
there when Kurt Loder.
I don't
came
even
in
know
and
who
broke
Kurt
the
Loder
news.
is.
Jesus.
Yeah, Paramount shut down 25% of their business, their business in the United States.
Well,
wow.
That's where MTV died.
I remember I had the stat that what is it? I think is it 8 hours a week that MTV shows something other than ridiculousness, the show? That's unbelievable. 8 hours a week do they show something other than ridiculousness? I don't even know what you're doing. Just shut the whole damn station down. That's what you're doing. Ridiculousness isn't even a good show.
There's YouTube TV. Since we don't have a TV in here.
Brian, you're asking if you can sign and trade Barnes and include Holmes. Yes, you can do that. But you have to have somebody who's willing to take on both their contracts. But if you're doing a much bigger deal with a player under a long-term contract, moving Holmes isn't that difficult, I don't think. Not to like, how big is, like, how bad does Atlanta want out of the John Collins deal? So what if you traded, what's Collins got, 2 years left after this year?
Yeah, I think so.
That's my guess. So if you were to trade Rashawn Holmes and nothing and take back John Collins and like an additional $13 million in cap space and eat your cap space, but they gave you your first round pick back, you consider it.
Miss Mac 10, the challenge absolutely is still good, but I think that's exclusive to Paramount Plus now. I don't even think it's on MTV anymore.
That's the other thing they're doing. They're putting a lot of things on their pluses, like the Paramount or Peacock. They're all so bad though. Almost all of their just their basic
There's
interfaces.
too many
are
of
crap.
them.
Yeah. Well, they should just bundle them and put them back on TV like they were before.
What you mean, cable?
Yeah.
They should just go back to cable.
Yeah.
They have this man labeled as Ken Smith.
Oh,
They had him labeled as Ken Smith.
Like Kenny Smith?
Yeah. They called him Ken Smith.
That's not weird. Hey, I didn't freeze today.
You didn't. You're in 4K.
Yeah, you look great today.
Nice. Leezy, Hulu and Disney Plus have been together for a long time. So you can get a Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus together.
Let's do it the other way. No, we're going third team first. Well, then everybody gonna know who the first and second guys are. Man, they're gonna know.
Charles, will you shut the hell up?
The third team All NBA. The guards, De'Aaron Fox.
Hey!
LeBron James and Julius Randle, and the center,
Hey! There we go.
Good job, fellas.
De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, both third-team All-NBA.
Good job.
Excellent.
Second team All-NBA. The guards, Stephen Curry of Golden State.
Wow.
Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jaylen Brown of Boston. Jimmy Butler
Jaylen.
of Miami, the forwards, and the center, Nikola Jokic of the Denver
Jalen
Nuggets.
got the All-NBA. That's big for the Celtics.
So I was clapping over it, but Dame Lillard was the other one. So it looks like Ja.
Luka
looks like
and,
Ja missed his
SGA.
money.
Second guys on the second team. There's a center, yeah. Well, I thought we were going positionless again. Not yet. Next year we go positionless.
Oh, Chuck is so confused.
Next year we go positionless. So it could be
Chuck is.
Jokic is the first. Remember when they do that All-Star thing? They just said pick it, but this is all NBA.
Chuck is shook.
Are you ready for first team? Yes. First team All NBA. Guards: Luka Doncic. of the
That's
Dallas Mavericks,
ridiculous.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Wow.
The forwards: Giannis Antetokounmpo of Milwaukee, Jason Tatum of Boston, and the center, your MVP, Joel Embiid.
Luka shouldn't be first team.
Wow.
Chuck, you've heard them all.
Wow.
What do you think? Okay, go ahead.
I want to say congratulations.
So Ja missed out on some money. Tatum got his supermax. Jalen got his supermax.
Congratulations, those guys, well deserved. But whoever made the list, first, second, third team, it's a big accomplishment. A lot of guys playing in the league. So.
That's good, Shaq. We appreciate you, Shaq. Congratulations to De'Aaron Fox. Shout out to TNT for not dragging this, for getting this done 4 minutes
I thought
into
they were
the
gonna do commercials, man.
Yeah, I was like, guys, we're not gonna make it, but that's good stuff right there. We're gonna sign off. James clearly has to tweet, and how about that? De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, All NBA third team.
How about your first team?
LeBron James, Dame Lillard, and Julius Randle.
They didn't get one person on the first team in the playoffs. Well, I mean the guards.
Giannis, Luka, Joel, Shea, Tatum. Yeah,
Donovan should have been in the first team instead of Luka.
I agree.
I'm back.
Yeah, I completely agree. Jalen, Jimmy, Steph, Nikola, and Donovan Mitchell.
Huge moment for
Good
the Sacramento
stuff.
Kings.
That's
Good
awesome.
stuff.
That is awesome.
All right, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Appreciate you as always.